make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيج وفريق يلا اي سبورتس يصعب بالفوز على اللاعب باندا نوك داون.
Welcome everybody to PUBG Mobile PMPL. There you go, yeah. I said PUBG Mobile twice in that. Good job. Imperium, good job. The 2022 Spring Split Arabia. We're into the second week of action. This wonderful tournament is brought to you by Oppo. Upgrade, performance upgrade, fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series. The design smartphones for the PUBG Mobile NASR Esports 2022 year. My name's Imperium with the wonderful Zute. And yeah, it's a new week, new opportunities for these teams to, I suppose, continue to get the job done or really kickstart their PMPL.
Yeah, coming into week number 2, we're kind of, in a way, getting into our midpoint of the tournament for PMPL, but that's just the qualifiers, right? This is the week 2 of the league play. We got one more super weekend after this one, and if you take a look right now, we are on that schedule. We are on the 21st, week number 2. It'll lead into the second super weekend, and then we got a third one that will determine who qualifies into the league finals.
Obviously, the good thing as we have a look at the format, if you're new to how the PMPL works, the really positive thing is that none of these teams will drop away from the PMPL. If they do badly, they'll just come back in the full split. They'll want to do better. They'll need to do better. For themselves. But with this league play, 20 teams in across 5 groups. That's the important thing in terms of the left-hand side of the screen, Zute. 4 groups / matches per day. For 4 group games per day, 5 matches per day. So it just means that we're going to see all 20 of these teams play and to get a bit of a bigger scope on how really some teams need to have improved from last week.
Yeah, so you're talking about improvement from last week. Obviously, the teams that didn't do too well in the Super Weekend, they want to do better here in the league play, get their mojo in, get back into their groove of things. But more importantly, last week, we had 4 teams that didn't make the top 16, meaning they missed on the Super Weekend, and so they have a big fat 0 in terms of points that will help them qualify into the finals, as you just saw in the earlier slide. So for those 4 teams in particular, it's going to be the pressure is going to really be on for them in these next 2 days.
Yeah, we're really going to be looking out for them. They've had a number of days to not only watch the Super Weekend and see how the teams have been performing, rotating, developing, but they've then had time to look at themselves, do the relevant VOD review, play any other relevant events and scrims, and really nail down a much stronger level of performance coming into this week. So DDD Esports, Headquarters, the Mind Weapon on 4K Esports, you 4 teams, we're really going to be looking out for you, because you can shake up the bottom of the Super Weekend standings if you push a team that, like Dunak, who haven't been performing the best, if you can push them out of the second Super Weekend. So the opportunity, the chance is there for you to shine and shows what you've got. It's always what I'm looking out for.
And that's not to say just because you qualify for all the Super Weekends, you're guaranteed in. We've seen tournaments happen where a team doesn't make it in. But let's look at the prize pool, because we're not on the Super Weekend right now, so there is no $1,000 per chicken dinner, but you do see that finals prize pool. First place of $10,000, second place of $6,500, 100. So this right now, since we're back onto the league week, it's like a stepping stone into the super weekend, which is another stepping stone into that big money of the finals prize pool.
Yeah, exactly. It all plays into itself. So, yeah, every team, whether you're first or 20th in the league stage, you get $2.5 grand in your back pocket. Happy days. But like you mentioned, leading into the super weekend where you have that $1,000 per chicken dinner on the line, Rico and Finney currently, by the way, have 5,000 of those buckaroos per se out of the 15 games. And then it not only gives you money for getting wins in Super Weekend, but like you mentioned, plays into the finals where a little bit of bigger money is on the line. At the end of the day, it's a total prize pool of 150,000 US dollars, and that doesn't go astray. It may not be on the mind of the teams in the moment of the games, but it certainly is when you're looking at where you want to aim for, what motivates you to succeed. Money is power, man, and money goes a long way in that regard. Looking a little bit back, the schedule, should I say, for today's games, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. We'll kind of get into that in a bit, especially as, this is the Sanhok week. But I do want to take a moment, Zute, to at least touch upon a couple of teams from last week that we were a little bit impressed with and kind of stepped up to the plate. I know it was last week in terms of the Super Weekend, but I think it's important to kind of highlight those teams. One was Rico. They were absolutely solid and consistent throughout the whole of the 3 days.
Oh, yeah. You talk about Rico. You mentioned how they managed to get $5,000 in their pockets already. That's already half of the finals first place prize. So in a way, right, this league week isn't just to qualify for the super weekend to get points to get into the finals. There's actually a tremendous amount of money to be made in each super weekend alone. And if you're a team like a Rico or another team that could get those chickens, you could already start padding your pockets. And now I know the competitive spirit, it's not about the money, but it's just definitely a incentive. When there is money on the line, teams definitely play more seriously. They take things, much more try hard, so to say. But taking a look at these groups, we are on alternating groups. This is the league week, and so we have 5 different groups. Each match will have one group sitting out. For the very first match, we will be seeing groups A, B, C, and D. So group E will be sitting out on the first one. Nigma Galaxy, Revolution, 963, and the MyWempa KURD will not be in the first match of Erangel. But after the 2 days of League Week, all of the teams will be playing the same amount of matches, so it will all be fair and dandy.
And Nigma Galaxy, they're not playing in the first game, but I think they deserve a little bit of an extra game break with how they pulled out a massive day 3 of the Super Weekend performance. They shot up from 15th to 3rd in the Super Weekend standings, like 94 points in 5 games. Absolutely incredible from them in the final day of the Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, Nigma Galaxy going from 15th all the way up to the top of the leaderboards in just one day alone. That's an absolute massive improvement. So we know we're coming back into the league week where things are a little bit different compared to the super weekend. But for a lot of these teams that might have struggled in the super weekend or looking to improve their game from the super weekend, they will try and carry that into the league play, and they might alter some strategies or improve on their current strategies. So yes, the name of the game is top 16, but I'm willing to bet you, Imperium, a lot of these teams just aiming for that top 16 to qualify than super weekend. If anything, they're more focused on their own gameplay and prepping to have a much better super weekend than they might have last super weekend.
And do you think that's why, let's say, Nigma, who I alluded to, maybe pulling off a Nova per se and just trying different things in the first couple of days of super weekend, and day 3 they thought, okay, we're in 15th, let's have a bit of a banger of a day. Maybe not expecting as good of a job as they did do, but let's pull off a little bit stronger of a day. So when we get into the second week, we can more comfortably try those different strategies, try those different kind of personal things, so that we learn more, we develop more, and we're just having those building blocks of information coming into the second Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, day number 3, they play like a completely different team. Obviously, the results speak for itself, but you could quite literally see in their play style, they were taking fights. Whereas in the previous days, they literally did not take fights until they were the ones being pushed or they were forced to do so to go into the next circle. But on day 3, we saw them take fights, even though they had other options in the circle that they could have gone to. They took a lot of third-party opportunities. And I want to see that same Nigma Galaxy coming into the league week. And if anything, they have a lot more leeway because they just need to make top 16. So if they play aggressive and make some mistakes, they can learn from it and not be punished too hard, because that point threshold to make it in the top 16, definitely not as, important as the points you would try to gain in each super weekend.
Like coming into this week, trying to throw a bit of speculation out there, or at least using your own previous experience as a competitive player. When you're a team like Triple D, Headquarters, 4K Esports, I of course Mind Weapon, but they're not playing in this game one. But what's your mentality? What do you think they're coming into this week looking to do in terms of, do they try and go ultra aggressive? Do they try and play ultra passive and hope that the pendulum swings in their way? What do you think is or what elements of mindset are going through their head?
Oh, I'll tell you one thing. No team in this format ever really expects to not make top 16 for each super weekend. And that's speaking from personal experience. And I have missed super weekends before on the global championship stage. And our mindset after we miss the first super, or if we miss the super weekend, we just always think like, okay, just focus on our game. Just don't make as many mistakes, clean things up, and we'll be good for the next one. So that's probably what these teams are thinking. But the one thing I want to add, though, is there have been numerous times where, teams miss the first super weekend and they don't think they'll miss the next ones. But for whatever reason, the pressure gets to them. The team synergy breaks down. Arguments may happen. And they just might be that one team that sees their way out very early on by missing 2 super weekends in a row. Now, I don't want to say it's going to happen to any of these teams here. If anything, it'll be much more interesting if all 4 teams that didn't make the first super weekend make the second one, because then there's going to be a lot of point scramble near that bottom top 16 for teams to try and qualify into the finals.
Yeah, that's what I want to see too. I want to really see it kind of being whittled down to the final game of the final day of the final kind of super weekend, right? That's what I really want to see it boil down to. It adds drama, adds intensity, adds excitement to not only the teams that are playing, but the people who are watching and us as commentators. Whether that happens remains to be seen. I know a team like Headquarters have had a decent bit of success in PUBG Mobile across the years. Seeing them not qualify for the first super weekend was a bit of a big surprise. So I think out of the kind of 4 teams, I'm like looking at them to be the leaders of the pack, to be the kind of like torchbearers and say, hey, come on guys, let's go. We're gonna do this. We didn't make it through the first super weekend. We're gonna do it this weekend, right? I think there's that element of strength there that Headquarters can carry that torch in the second league week.
Yeah, I will say for the 4 teams that didn't make it, I am expecting them to play a little more passive. I don't expect any of these teams to be that team that takes those 4v4 fights unnecessarily, which is probably a good thing. Usually teams that have the initial confidence to take those 4v4s are teams that are very strong, that should make it into, the first super weekend. But coming into league week number 2 and not making the first super weekend, you can definitely just make it through by placement points alone. You don't even need that many elimination points to make that top 16. You just need some, decent stick together as a team. But of course, that does not mean you don't want to be doing any proactive, scouting or spacing out of your team members. So just, a little small balance of that, and these teams should be good. But what I really am interested to see is particularly the teams that did well in that Super Weekend, because they have such a huge point lead. They could afford to miss a Super Weekend, and in theory, they could go as hard as they want during the league week because they have that confidence of a good performance in that first Super Weekend. So that's one thing that I'm hoping would add a little bit spice to these league days as we hop into the very first match of the day. We are on the beautiful map of Erangel, and even better, beautiful plane path to start things off.
And I love what you mentioned about you're not expecting the teams that didn't qualify in the first week to play ultra aggressive. You're expecting a little bit more of a passive play style. It's not a bad thing, because when you look at the cutoff point was 41 points in the first league week. I'm not saying it's going to be the same this week, but if you play off that number, it's about 5.5 points per game, right? So
yeah,
it's accessible. That is accessible. I think 5 to 6 points per game is more than, that's a squad wipe and a half. That's a kind of a top 5 and a couple of eliminations. That's very easily accessible for the teams that didn't make it through, and then some.
Ooh, I like this first circle. A circle that we usually see, so we could see an interesting Nigma Galaxy not in the lobby, and they Pachinki, and there's nobody in Pachinki, which I don't mind seeing. I like the teams that don't just alternate their drop spot because of another team in the lobby. They stick true to what they're comfortable with. They are, ironing out their strategies, so to say, from a specific drop. And yeah, I think alternating your drop spot is only when you're in a desperation, type of situation where the place you drop is not working out for you, and so you'll alternate your drops based on the groups that are playing. But like, for example, you start taking Pachinki now, and you have a good game in Pachinki due to rotations and circles, whatever the case may be, Nigma Galaxy is more than likely going to be in the Super Weekend. So come Super Weekend time, what are you going to do? Are you going to try and fight for Pachinki? Most likely not.
Yeah.
So to your original drop spot, develop that rotational pathing, develop that strategy and timing out, which, I absolutely don't mind. And RTG, real quick, Imperia, still doing a very interesting 2-1-1 split all the way from Rozhok up into the west side of Yasnaya. So not being punished for that just yet. And I'm feeling like eventually at some point, a team's going to take note of that. And when they get desperate for points, they might just isolate those players and take some early elim points.
Yeah, that could have been the case with Headquarters. Now, I'll be honest, I forget if Ruins Watertown split is a normal drop from Headquarters, but 2 of the RTG players did drop extremely closely to Headquarters. And again, I think it plays off what you mentioned about teams being passive. Maybe Headquarters thinking it's not worth us really challenging this. We'll let them grab a couple of vehicles and play into their own game. We'll just loot up and we'll play into phase 1 as a full squad without taking any real risks. And I still gotta kind of give them props for that.
Yeah, so here you see on your screen, you have 2 players of RTG in the city of Yasnaya, and then you have 2 of them in Rozhok. That is about like 1,500 meter split. It's a big one.
Yeah.
And there's a 4-man team of Falcons in Yasnaya, and there's a 4-man team of NASR and a 4-man team of Headquarters just right next to Rozhok. So when push comes to shove, if any of the teams I mentioned really needed the points, they could basically take a 4v2 off drop if they wanted those elim points.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. Obviously, with the phase on circle that we have in front of us, that's not really going to be worth it for Falcon. with how easy it is for them to either stick around on the eastern side of Yasnaya or maybe play 2 onto the Lion King hillside and then 2 on the eastern edge of Yasnaya. The big potential for a good phase 1 control is open. This kind of circle, I've seen it end inside Yasnaya. I've seen it end down towards kind of prison area. There's a lot of uncertainty, I think, for these teams. Outside of it being on the east, there's a lot of uncertainty on where this kind of game is going to end in terms of the Erangel train.
But I will say this eastern side, there is a lot of really strong power positions, all spread throughout the center part of the map. And I think with a circle like this, it makes for unless if it goes into Yasnaya or goes all the way up and north into Stalwart, I'm predicting we're gonna see kind of a more structured game, simply due to the fact that there's key locations which control a certain amount of territory around them, which all of these teams should be very familiar with. So teams should be able to navigate it pretty well in terms of, okay, we have opportunities to take these positions here, or we're a little bit late on the rotations, so we'll just wait for the next circle shift. So I'm imagining we're going to see a lot of teams left alive towards the late game compared to some of the crazier Erangel shifts that we've had earlier in last week.
Triple D, they dropped in Military Island. They have 2 in Novo, 2 in Military Base. I don't expect them to actually move onto the mainland in phase 1 with just how that play path was and the spread they're going to see in this phase 1. One thing that I noticed is Stalwart UAE, Zute, they normally drop in Milta. I think because of Rad going to kind of Milta Power and Twisted Minds doing that farm split that they do, Stalwart recognized that there was a little bit of a clearer and cleaner area around them if they dropped more towards that shelter prison area. As a 3-person, have 1 down in Milta, and as it happens on this phase 1, it's created a much better anchor point for a good phase 1 position. So I like that adaptability from Stalwart.
Stalwart UAE, definitely a team to keep an eye out for. They did quite well in the Super Weekend, actually. They finished 4th overall with 125. And the reason why I want to highlight Stalwart UAE is that, well, another Stalwart team that some of you guys might be familiar with is the Mongolian Stalwart team, a team that, you know, really kind of put themselves on the map last year. Their PMGC performance, probably not as well as they expected themselves to do, but they still did decent. So it's always cool to see, you know, these orgs like Stalwart picking up teams from different regions, and I'm always curious to see, will their play styles transfer over? Do they have a similar coach? Do they mold their play style behind different ideals and approaches to the game? And as far as Stalwart UAE, they're not as aggressive, I would say, as a Mongolian team, but that Mongolian team is built different, okay? But they're still a really good team, 4th overall. So team that I definitely keeping an eye out for, and quite a promising and fun team to watch.
So RTG kept 2 of their players who were in the western edge of Yasnaya there, and the other 2 players joining up. Stalwart UA in a bit of a 3-1 split for the time being as we get into the very tail end of phase number 1. Rico moving away from Severny and Dunak in towards Stalwart area. KONQUEROR looking for a couple of the Twisted Minds players outside of far and opportunistic movement from KONQUEROR, but Twisted Minds, they only suffer 1 knock.
Yeah, we do see 1 knock going down, but this is not, you know, unfamiliar territory for Twisted Minds. If anything, they prefer those early game engagements as a team that's extremely aggressive, and if anything, we might see them commit to that fight, even though they're the team that had the player knocked first. But I do want to say, during the Super Weekend, we've seen Twisted Minds struggle a little bit in terms of positioning. So coming into the League Week, we might see a different Twisted Minds almost as they try to adapt their strategy. 2 of them are down as the circle does shift up north towards the Yasnaya area.
It seemed like for the most part, KONQUEROR seemed to have this fight well wrapped up. They lost to Rio as a confirmation, but that knock onto Kato, followed by Vigors, Twisted Minds, they just have 1 player left And that's going to be then one and done at the hands of Grozer, should I say. And yeah, stuff from Conqueror Rock. They basically rotated ahead of Twisted Minds, blocked them off, got the first knock, and they played on that knock. Really solid stuff.
Yeah, the positioning and speed of Conqueror, definitely something to not be underestimated. They got that initial knock from long range, from distance, and Twisted Mind's not a team that's unfamiliar to fighting, so Conqueror just adjusted much better and much quicker, so shout out to them. And that's a huge little mental blow to Twisted, right? Being the first team to go out, and also not just the first team to go out, but as a team that kind of prides themselves on being able to take those fights, it definitely has to, you know, hurt them quite a bit when it comes to their mental space.
NASR Esports, Patika trying to roam around to get some information. The scout movement can go against them, but the back-end support means Never Alone needs to just be a little bit careful playing on top of the roof of the building. It's a 4-man spread for Falcon. I really like that. KAMIKAZE have the Alamo area underneath their control, which I absolutely love inside this phase too.
That's a beautiful spread. Each player in those positions control their own kind of power position. Each of those, you know, segments of the map control a nice, I would say, up to 200, 300, you know, meter radius of bubble of pressure, and that's all within the center of the circle. So almost no matter where the next circle goes, they'll have good sight lines of another key central power position for them to all group up towards, if that's what they're looking to do. And this is circle number 2, heading into circle number 3. Unless if the circle goes a hard shift to the west, we're gonna finally kind of see a northeastern circle come into play here. And that's a circle that we haven't seen quite yet out of this PMPL so far. So really curious to see how this teams adapt to this situation.
Triple D, yeah, waited until phase 2 to play into the circle. And I gotta give them props. As a team that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, I think that is overall a solid rotation, playing on the very eastern coastline of the mainland. It's as much as possible out of mind. We do see, unfortunately, one of them goes forward for absolutely no reason in my eyes and gets caught out by Rad just as the next circle was about to pop up.
Ooh, so we have this new circle on your screen. North of Mansion is actually a bunch of hills and forests and dips.
Yes.
And this area of the map, even though the update has been out for a while, in competitive play, we don't see this area too often. So it could get very tricky for these teams to play around it. And you see one team, they left that mansion and they grouped up as 4 right there. I do believe that is the Stalwart UAE team. So they want to take control of that center spot. They want to take control of those hills. And those hills, by the way, a lot of teams could easily encroach close upon it and still remain safe.
Well, like the hills being alive with the sound of music, it seems like these hills of Erangel are going to be filled with the sound of gunshots, as all these teams are going to be trying to protect their area inside phase 3. A little bit of a look back on what Conqueror Rack did to Twisted Minds to finish the final blow onto that squad. As inside the minimap you can see Dunak having a 3-person spread. They have the full squad up. Of the fact that it's a 3-1 split, I think it kind of makes sense, and it plays for that kind of sacrificial lamb aspect of what can be a successful game in the world of PUBG Mobile, although Reef isn't really too far away.
We just saw a player of YaLLa go down to Stalwart UAE. Maybe one of the YaLLa players was scouting those hillsides of the UAE team, and he got knocked and thirsted for that. And oh, here's the Stalwart team. So it's actually not Stalwart Esports at those hillsides. It is instead 4K Esports that's playing at those hills just south of this position.
And I think where Stalwart are also perfectly fine. Again, I think with this circle, because of how the hills are played and the terrain, a lot of teams are kind of clustered together in 3 to 4 man small, tiny little regions, which I honestly think on this phase 3 is the best way to play it so far.
We still have quite a few players left alive, 53 in the lobby, as most everybody has situated themselves in this new circle. But just as they are feeling comfortable and situated, within the next few seconds, we're going to get that next circle shift. And going to circle number 4, this is usually where the hard shift comes into play. We see it up on the northern side, 1million and HQ still potentially scrapping against each other for a position in the zone. One of the HQ members does go down. They've already lost one member, and that's a team that has not made it into the Super Weekend, so not a good start for them. And yeah, that's a big shift right there, going down hard to the southeastern side.
Damn, you call the hard shift. The hard shift has happened. Mansion is in play. Rad, they had a 2-2 split. They have instantly reacted and sent the full squad together in towards that south side of the road compound. It does open that northern side compound for a team if there's a little bit of awareness. Dunak could go there if they saw Rad respond. But the crashes are coming in on towards the hillside. Falcon, YaLLa, it's all going down as Rico and Finny, they're going to wait a little bit longer. 4K has a hell of a lot of defending to do. The nades are flying all around onto the underside of the hill where Falcons are trying to create a little bit of protection. But I understand why 4K will not want to massively push this, because they don't know what kind of third party could be happening.
They're trying to get the openings with the nades, but it's actually another team getting the third party into Falcon. So Falcon in a rough spot. I'm surprised none of the nades for 4K have connected too well. We've seen like 5 to 6 nades being thrown, but just all flying a little bit too far. So Falcon able to get their player reset using their smokes to keep themselves alive. And this is definitely a cluster that you do not want to be in, because even though they're safe and sound and their positions are decent, they're on the edge of zone. And the second that circle shifts off them, this is one of those rotational positions where you kind of have to take the fight with the other team if you want to leave peacefully.
And I appreciate that 4K seem to be looking around them, right? Not only to make sure they're not getting third party, but to potentially think about that next circle shift and how they might have to move so quickly. They're allowing, although Rico are getting the elimination points, they're allowing Rico to do the hard work for them. Rico played in on towards this very western side, moved in from the northwest over onto the western edge, and now they're looking to crash in 4K. They're Rad right in front of them. Rico now pulling in.
Beautiful.
The cavalry really putting pressure on the Falcon. Just Yusuf left alive. Ragnar of YaLLa just staying absolutely dead quiet as Ida knocks down his teammate. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. You hate to see that team-friendly fire come on through. But will Rico and Finny be able to survive it? They should be able to. Bandar doesn't know exactly where the final player of Falcon Esports is. The smoke is keeping Falcon alive.
I think he thinks 4K is the Falcon team because he's completely disregarded Yusuf, who's right behind him in the smoke. And soon he should realize there's another full 4-man team that he's running up against. Yeah, he's going to adjust backwards now. He hears the amount of footsteps. That's Rico Infinity taken out. Definitely not reading the situation correctly, but 4K Esports keeping track of that kill feed, realizing Falcon, the team they were fighting, was getting third-partied, and they do some third-partying themselves. So great job out of the 4K team. Yusuf still manages to keep himself alive for now, hiding in that vehicle. Down to just one player, 13 teams left. If he were to go out now, that's not many placement points to be had either.
And the next circle does pop up, and 4K are given an ounce of hope as it shifts in their direction on that western side. Rad, the compound that they moved into as a full squad, is still inside. Dunak, I said they could go where Rad had 2 players on a circle to go, and they did do that, but it's now outside the circle, and they need to try and get rid of 1million. The smoke goes out on towards the side of the road. I don't know whether it's looking to be an offensive smoke or defensive smoke. They have limited vehicles with limited tires on those vehicles. It's looking like an offensive smoke as Clever gets in vehicles, going to look to drive away.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to create some pressure by cutting off their sight lines, kind of forcing 1Million to push earlier rather than taking these longer range, shot engagements, because both teams, Dunak and 1Million, need to move. So Dunak's hoping 1Million makes the move first so they can take care of them before they have to move into zone. And there it is, the zone pressuring 1Million in. Dunak is aware of it, takes a lot of shots towards that buggy, but that buggy manages to escape. 1Million still stuck behind in the blue zone now. And Dunak, one of their players, did get knocked.
I think Dunak were also aware that that one player in from 1Million that was in the buggy was just one player, so they didn't really want to focus too much on that vehicle in case they got backstabbed, and it's worked out in their favor. 1Million go down. There's nothing they can do in those moments. It was a Hail Mary play. Mansion is a haven of action. It's KAMIKAZE trying to keep themselves up as a full squad. YaLLa finally do go down. 4K are still alive, but there's a lot of pressure in this storm of Stalwart.
KAMIKAZE holding down the mansion area, trying to structure their way into this push using their smokes, using the split formations. I think it will be okay. Triple D on the meanwhile taking a fight against NASR Esports. Definitely pressed into a huge disadvantage as KAMIKAZE and NASR has them sandwiched. And there's much room to work with. They're going to need to create some spacing with those Uto, with those grenades, but NASR trying to do the same to rain down the destruction onto Triple D themselves.
Yeah, NASR have a bit of a cleaner spread as well. Okay, it means that they're low-key being picked off, but I do think they have stronger sight lines on towards the members of Triple D. Hamko in the back line. Stalwart did go down. 4K are continuing to survive the storm as Humam does. He doesn't. He gets knocked by NASR. Hamko steps up, and that's the angle of pressure that NASR are applying to Triple D.
Triple D still managing to keep 2. Next circle shifts on up, and we're getting the circle ending very close by. Just take a look at all these little different hills and slopes in this area. So many teams able to play in this section of the map with no real hard cover. There is one hard cover left into play though, and that is the side of Rod, as CONQUEROR taking a fight with K12. CONQUEROR with 7 eliminations already, so really see them fight their way into the zone. 2v2 situation. That grenade doesn't quite connect, but the shots ring through, and Bardashani goes down, and that grenade out of Groza will finish off the K12 team.
Good stuff by CONQUEROR. You're dead right. 9 eliminations so far, and it allows them to, I wouldn't say play into the circle from the eastern edge, but use the lower ground of the hillside to create a bit of a spread to get that information. Rad, you said their compound is in the circle. They have the golden spot, but if there's a number of teams looking in their direction, can they protect themselves from that area? Can they stop themselves from getting crashed upon, from getting third-partied, fourth-partied? It remains to be seen as Triple D, they're down to just 1. Jamaz too risky to go for the revive. He knows he's better off trying to survive until the bitter end as a solo player, as NASR continue apply the pressure, continue to swing in from the southern edge of the circle. The sprawling hills to the north of Mansion is theirs to control, but they're gonna have to deal with the might of CONQUEROR soon enough.
NASR just inching ever so closely to that southern side. You see how slow they're going about it. They know there's a team of Triple D not completely finished out yet, and just as I say that, Ragnarok does end up finding him, gets knocked, and Hamko has that grenade ready while the other teammate applies the pressure fire. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh, I think he knew the risk was there with that nade, but it's just a Hail Mary. You hope for the absolute best. Now, I do think there was also a little bit of a distraction from KAMIKAZE in terms of that kind of focus being taken away from NASR, but they're still alive as a duo. are heading towards that western side, as now Rad are going to apply the pressure onto the members of Conqueror Iraq. I think because of how KAMIKAZE have played in on that western edge, Rad have been able to get the information from the elevated position and know that the focus is not on their compound from KAMIKAZE. NASR go down, 3 teams left.
KAMIKAZE, you start paying attention to this team quite more. They came in 2nd overall in the Super Weekend. One of the teams we weren't, really expecting to have such a standout performance, but heading straight back into the League Week, and they're already doing this well. I think it goes to say consistency is there as the next circle shifts, and shots are ringing out. KAMIKAZE steals away 1, trying to go for a 2nd kill still.
That's what I like to see. KAMIKAZE, I believe, did squad wipe 4K on that western side of the circle as played in, which is definitely a good move, and it's allowed them to play through with 7 eliminations so far. But Rad continue to have the compound, continue to have the circle. KAMIKAZE now going to swing 2 of their 3 players into the side of the wall. But that's some good separation. They know that the nades are going to go flying from the hands of Rad, so being spread out and keeping a player on the supporting line, I think allows them to just hold things down a little bit longer.
I love that push out of KAMIKAZE. They use Conqueror as the distraction, and they use the cover to push on in, trying to do a med strat, but he gets taken out. Ooh. KAMIKAZE versus Rad.
There you go, the final 2 is upon us. Unfortunately, it's going to be a double knock, and KAMIKAZE down to 1. Rad notice all 4 players up. I don't think it's going to happen on the side of the wall. 1 comes through, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Rad with the chicken dinner.
Rad cleaning that one up quite nicely. Of course, they held down that compound the entire time, but they put out the pressure fire, secured the eliminations, and they get the chicken dinner. But I'd have to say, it was the teams that had to fight all of the way in that really deserve the credit for that game and how well they did, such as the KAMIKAZE team, such as the Conqueror team, and quite a few of the teams we saw towards the late game. So that was a really huge game for Rad, of course, and makes them feel much more comfortable in securing their spot into the Super Weekend of Super Weekend number 2. Sorry, I slipped one up there.
It's cool, it's cool. I definitely think you're right. It's not holding anything against Rad, of course, but nobody crashed them, right? Up until the very end, nobody crashed them. So, yeah, okay. There were definitely fears there where they could get third-partied in terms of 1 player being knocked. But how likely was it going to be, especially the longer you got through the game, how likely was it going to be that if a team did knock one of the players, that they were going to push with that knock, right? It got less and less percentage of it happening, and as that, and the longer it went of that not happening, the easier it became for Rad to control the end game. So you're dead right about that, and we got to give props to KAMIKAZE, Conqueror Rock, and NASR Esports. They all put up a hell of a fight.
Taking a look at the match rankings, Rad coming in with a total of 25 points. So we see teams get the zone, at these compounds over and over. And sometimes they don't get that many elimination points. So Rad's still doing a very good job with their shots and landing those confirmations, picking up 10 for themselves. KAMIKAZE, coming in 2nd overall with 7, and Conqueror Iraq with 9 elimination points. Conqueror Iraq took an early 4v4 fight, lost a player. So for the entirety of the game, pretty much, they were a 3-man team. And for them as a 3-man team to work those circles in, fight their way into a 3rd place finish, that is very impressive to see out of the Conqueror Iraq team.
Definitely. But I do want to highlight DDD Esports, 4K Esports. They got 8 and 6 points respectively. So as of right now, I know it's only 1 game of the day and 1 game of the league play, but as of right now, they're above that 5.13 average of the cutoff point of last week. So it is a good start for those 2 teams in the league week 2. It hopefully will allow them to build a little bit more confidence. It wasn't a dominating, sparkling game, but it was still better or as good as what we've seen from them in the first league week.
Yeah, the most important thing is that this being the very first match for a team that didn't qualify last Super Weekend and they did decent is huge. Keep in mind, last week for 3 days straight, they didn't do anything but watch the games
Yeah,
play out. So for them to finally play and do well, that must feel really good. As for the teams that didn't do too well, though, looking on the second page of things, we do see Rico Infinity, bowing out quite early in that match. Of course, a team of their caliber, I'm pretty sure they're not worried at all. Twisted Minds, not expecting them to get taken out so early in a 4v4 engagement. And Headquarters. Now, this is a team that
yes.
didn't qualify last Super Weekend, and they start off the very first match with a 0-pointer. That's going to shake their confidence quite a bit coming into the next few matches of this league week.
Definitely, and kind of I was keeping an eye on them through this first game, and their fights weren't shown on broadcast,
Mhm.
mainly because they were getting picked off. They lost a player early on when they rotated through kind of Rozhok, and they got
Mhm.
caught out by NASR. One, they should know where NASR land, and two, why didn't Headquarters maybe take a little bit of a potentially easier route and go on the northern side of the around Yasnaya into phase one, which to me that would have been way more of a sensible rotation instead of going through Rozhok, where you don't really
Mhm.
have a full, clear, ahead of you information. And
Yeah.
then they did try to go onto Stalbar, but it was too late and they got another player picked up. My point is, it doesn't look like they've learned from the first Super Weekend. It doesn't look like they've done the relevant VOD review and corrected what they need to correct to qualify for the second Super Weekend. I'm hoping they change their mind. They changed my mind, but from game one, it didn't look good.
Yeah, what you're criticizing is basically just knowing your rotations, like just basic pathing and
Yeah,
rotations. It's not even, too team specific where you have to, study certain teams to know how to rotate. It's just safe rotations that even if there is a team in your way, you rotate in a pathing that's allows you to scout safely step by step and to continue on through the rotation without risk of losing your players. Of course, they don't have much more time to learn these things, as if they only get 7 more matches. All of the teams here, will have a
yeah.
total of 10 games for the league week, I believe, but there's only going to be a total of 8 matches played per team because we got 20 teams in here. And taking a look at the open moments, this is the CONQUEROR Iraq team that lost a player very early on. You see right there, Twisted Minds do manage to confirm 1, but with 3, they managed to close out the game towards the end.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The fact that they lost a player early on and still were able to pull out the strong performance they did does show their resilience and their ability to not only adapt but still strive and thrive throughout this game. I was really happy to see how proactive 4K Esports were in that western edge of the circle, because it is oftentimes so difficult to control the edge of the circle even if you are inside it. It's so difficult, and I think 4K played a fantastic balance of being proactive and being sensible.
Yeah, I just saw that team nade once again, and I gotta go a little bit hard on Hamco. He was,
Go for it.
prone behind a buggy, had the third eye peek. If you guys don't know what third eye peek is when you're
Yeah,
holding that grenade, you touch that third eye and you drag it down so you can see a bit clearer exactly where your grenade was going. And looking at that replay, Imperial, he knew exactly where that grenade was going. It didn't even touch past the buggy. It's not like it
yeah,
landed on top
yep.
of the buggy and fell back onto his teammate. He quite literally threw it on his teammate's side of the buggy, and he's completely safe. Like, just have a little bit of patience. Take a deep breath. Take your time with it. He's not being pressured. He's not being shot at. And the reason why I'm so critical on that is because if he got the finish with a grenade, that was an easy revive. And then it would have been a 3v3 with the KAMIKAZE team on their side. And they could have taken out the KAMIKAZE team and quite potentially given themselves a lot more elimination points and a lot more placement points heading into that end game.
Yeah, I love how kind of critical you are on those smaller things because it's that domino effect. You're dead right.
Mhm.
Well, look, we have the third eye of what's going to be coming up in a bit. That's going to be the wonderful craziness of Sanhok as we delve into game 2. Before that, we do have to go for a break. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
Every time landing
Welcome back to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring. We are right into the start of the League Week 2. You can join in on the conversation with the hashtag PMPL. Follow all of the relevant social channels, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, unfortunately. But my point is the channels are there for you to join in on a conversation. Let us know how we're getting on. Let us know what you're thinking of the games and what teams, more importantly, you are supporting. Dute, what teams are you supporting?
Oh, what teams am I supporting? Easy way out, all of them. Because as an ex-competitive player, I know how it is. I know how it is to, be the team near the top, be the team near the middle, and be the team near the bottom. Like throughout my career, I've been in all of those, different rankings, coming from, a top team from North America to, just to put it bluntly, being a bottom team globally, because North America still has a lot of catching up to do. But all throughout, it's a journey, and I know the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into it. So even though, of course, we might seem biased towards the teams that do better, that's simply us, just praising them and giving them recognition. And for the teams that don't do as well, when we criticize them, it's not so much because we don't like them, but it's more so out of a, trying to improve and just to, make them aware potentially of their mistakes and to hope to see them do better in the future.
Always. And I love kind of highlighting when either, a team has done what I've recommended or what I believe is a step in the right direction and it's worked out. I also love when they do something that I've said is maybe a bad idea and it works out for them. And I hold my hand up and go, yeah, cool, you proved me wrong. Thank you, because it means I learn, they learn, everybody wins. And again, it's all with the mindset of wanting to see these teams improve. Game 2 is going to be coming upon us. Sanhok, right? It's a crazy RNG-filled world of Sanhok. But I do think for the most part, the Sanhok games have been pretty meaty. They've been pretty good. They've been pretty positive. And I think out of all of the Sanhok games we've seen, they've been mainly on the mainland. And that's a good thing in my eyes.
And one team that really stands out on Sanhok that didn't play the first match that will be playing the second match is Nigma Galaxy. I don't even know if I should mention them, because it's not really like they have a lot to contribute on the Sanhok map. To put it simply, they med strat up to second place quite consistently. But there is that coming up on Sanhok. As crazy as everything is, that's one thing that always seems to stay consistent.
You know what's also consistent, Zute? Our wonderful streaming partners over at Nemo TV. You can watch a hell of a lot of PUBG mobile action over on Nemo TV. So look, get your eyes, ears, head, shoulders, knees, and toes over there and watch some fantastic PUBG mobile action. I'm really glad you bring up Nigma Galaxy as a team in Sanhok, but I don't think we've seen that many teams pull out heel straps in the Sanhok games. I don't think we're really seeing that kind of a priority. I do believe that teams want to be able to win on the map, and you're only ever going to get as good as second with the heel strat, so you need to be able to control the map, to be able to control your area, and I think a lot of teams are really trying to do that.
Yeah, so we're live heading into the battlegrounds of Sanhok. Now, this is the first time we see Sanhok being played in the league stage, and with the league stage with 5 different groups with alternating teams, there's a high chance that some teams might clash and not know who drops where. So that's one thing I'm taking a look at here. Nigma Galaxy, of course, dropping in that southwestern side as they per usually do. Plenty of loot. They actually get like 3 different cities worth of loot with their drop spread, which is why they're able to so consistently med strat, because they get all of the loot they could possibly need to pull off that med strat, as we do see 2 teams landing in Painan for a potential hot drop engagement.
And it's 2 teams that need all the points in the world, baby. 4K and headquarters. Now, Headquarters started the league play week 2 with 0 points in the previous game. 4K has much better faring off. What will be the result? Will both teams crumble? Will both teams succeed? Will Headquarters look to disengage? If you were Headquarters, Zute, coming into this game and having this hot drop scenario in front of you off the back of the 0-pointer game 1, what would you do?
Given the circle, definitely disengage, right? Headquarters as a team, their mental's kind of not there. And I don't mean like right now their mental isn't. I quite literally mean like if you miss the first super weekend and have a 0 point on the first game, even if you guys feel like you're mentally sound to take this fight, frustrations will rise very quickly due to any small mistake, simply because they can't afford any more mistakes. So just don't take this fight and try and disengage. But when you're disengaging, make sure you use the cover of the buildings. Like if you're running up the hill, run up the hill from where you have the buildings to your back, so you can use that for cover to get up further up the hill. Don't run down in the middle of the spacing. This Headquarters team looking a bit flustered and all over the place. And I feel like with that, they're going to try to not disengage, as YaLLa almost does get knocked. So this kind of just makes them waste time, and overall, not good for either team.
4K, they're doing something extremely sneaky. If you see right now, the small map in the top right-hand corner, you only see 3 4K players. That's because Anaconda has dipped down a little bit more south, gone across the river, looting up the few buildings that's outside of the pylon on the same side of the road as Headquarters to free a couple of knocks and elimination points if he gets the timing off. But as of right now, the information needs to be given over to the rest of his team on the fact that Headquarters are successfully starting to disengage up that hill.
Headquarters do make the disengagement, and Anaconda just definitely a little bit too slow to the punch. He's still looking into the pylon area. If he just laid prone exactly where we saw him, but looked up the hillside, he could have easily gotten 1, maybe even 2 knocks with the timing of things. But it works out in the end. I would rather see this Headquarters team, have a chance at making it into the Super Weekend by getting a decent second game, which will add more spice to the mix in terms of what teams could potentially qualify for the second Super Weekend and in domino effect qualify into the finals. So Headquarters, they make it out for now, but they still have a long ways to go, as we haven't even touched on the circle. The circle is a pretty northern circle with a small slight chance that the circles might just hard shift towards that northwestern island as we see the game continue on.
Mindweb and iKURD, one of the teams that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend. So this is their first game of League Week 2. So eyes are going to be on them as of right now. They are in that Tapmock Cow Hillside area. So in terms of Phase 1, great spot to be in. That in itself, we always know, poses its own challenges because teams are heading towards you. So the Mindweb and iKURD, you need to focus one specific area and make it your own.
Right now, they hold a nice 2-2 split. Very strong position in Sanhok here. Question is, though, if the circle shifts more towards the south, I would rather see them get an anchor point in crossing towards the south, because that road right there, just a little bit, further south of them, is a huge crossing point. If they're a little bit too slow, a team could easily gatekeep that cross. So for now, they're safe, as no teams have ventured on over there. Taking a look at the minimap, a lot of teams are taking their time rotating in. A lot of teams rotating in from the edges on the east and western side. The teams that are rotating slower. The teams that decided to rotate a little bit quicker have taken more of a central location. YaLLa with a very nice spread in the center of the map. Same with 1 Million and Paradise. And for now, Nigma Galaxy all the way in the southwest, continuing, to do what they usually do. Just loot those first aid kits.
Oh, yeah. Surprisingly quiet start to Sanhok in the first 6.5 minutes as the blue zone is starting to close out. Okay, RTG. 1 million seed, yeah. Lovely shots in return. Vito. Gonna reposition his vehicle. I think that's really valuable stuff that Vito just did. Moving the vehicle away into a little bit more of a defensive cover so that none of the wheels can get blown up or the vehicle itself can't take any damage from the shots of 1 million. It's small, but I really like that kind of move.
Uh-oh, headquarters rotating up into KURD 12. They already suffer one of the knocks, and they get a nice trade and another trade back. So it's a 2v3 right now with KURD 12 pushing down from the hillside. And with these shots ringing out, NASR could potentially hear this and try in third party. So the longer this fight takes, the worse it gets for both teams. But that grenade, ooh, they make it out just in the nick of time.
I still don't like the fact that headquarters got 2 revives off in the same time. If you're gonna get one off, you should have the other kind of person that's on the off angle suppressing fire, distracting, slowing down. But in the end, they're able to pull them off. Bardashani inside the building, taking a bit of a 1v2, gets it with the DPS, followed by the second. Let freedom reign with a shotgun blast. KURD 12 headquarters, your days are numbered. The third knock comes through. They're down to just 1. That's gonna keep K12 up as a full squad.
How? Oh, wow, okay. Beautiful grenade. Question. How did the player of Unknown flank around behind them as they breach into the building? Did they not hear the player moving that close to their side? Like, I get that you were trying to isolate the fight inside the building in 2v1, but you should be able to hear the audio cues and isolate the fight outside of the building first.
I know.
That player quite literally just ran in behind them, and it's not like he had to sneak on over. He was quite literally right there as the action ensues, and we see a knock coming out here. One player getting blown up, and the other player knocked in the water. I do believe that is a knock, by the way. The new feature added where a player can be knocked in the water as that health bar is bright red. I haven't seen this before, so they're getting revived. It looks like they're just like, it looks like they're like sea otters holding hands right now in the water. And by the way, Circle has shifted hard to the west side. And it's a 50-50.
That was adorably cute. That was adorably cute, by the way. That was adorably cute.
You know how sea otters, they fall asleep, they hold each other's hands in the water so they don't drift apart. Yeah, so last gets he gets revived in the water, but in the blue zone, so he just gets knocked again. So unfortunate there. As NASR taking a fight with K12. K12 coming off the back of 4 eliminations onto the headquarters team. They're riding off momentum right now.
A good thing in this fight for the time being, they do have a little bit of a team-wide priority for Ragnarok. It's going to open that door, give his team some time to spring around and get into their own controlling position with the knock and the Bardashani looking for the confirmation, but he's going to take a couple of shots in return by Ramp. Bardashani not going to be able to crawl around in time to get revived up, but Rank is able to use his fallen comrade to bait the lock in the Ragnarok. Why did you go for that, Ragnarok? You shouldn't have. You were a little bit too greedy for your own guts. Surprise. Does he have a surprise in the hands of a nade for Hassan? NASR not looking good as they suffered a second knock as well. They need to make those nades count. The lovely spread overall for K12. If players covering all hands on deck as Rank is on the high ground, the revive did come out. So that does mean that NASR have a little bit more control.
They do get a little bit more control in terms of manpower, but I still like the spread out of K12 a little bit more as YaLLa taking some really long range third-party shots onto Hassan. Hassan does have that tree to work with, though, but he is kind of limited now in how much value he could add to the rest of the NASR team, as NASR maybe getting a 4th revive underway, and they are. I think K12 slowing down their pace just a little bit too much here. But still, they managed to find 4 elims already, as Unknown is definitely unknown in this position. And he's about to make himself known. And there we go. That's another knock, and that's going to be a confirmation too. We're back to a 3v3 situation.
He became the player unknown inside the battlegrounds on his mobile device. You can't ask for any better, but you also can't ask for any better when NASR turned their attention on towards the rest of K12. 2 knocked, 1 left alive. Dastardly stuff for NASR. They get a little bit of revenge on K12 at the hands of their fallen comrade Hamco. Molly goes out by surprise, and he's now going to disengage in the safety of the buildings down at the bottom of the hill opposite boot camp.
Next circle shift about to come out here. Nigma Galaxy running into the team of Dunak on that far western side. They got to make sure they keep their first aider safe, whoever's in that backlines. And I said there's a chance it might go to the northwestern island with that second shift. It does, or with the third shift, we're going to head back on to the eastern side. So the sigh of relief for many of these teams, as it could have been a very crazy circle on Sanhok.
Where 1 million rotated to inside phase 2, I would love to see the mind weapon iKURD kind of go there a little bit more heavily. I get that they're focusing the kind of northeastern side, and credit to them, but I kind of prefer that high ground coastal line position that 1 million are in, and I think they were in a little bit of a better spot to possibly control it.
I agree with that. As Nigma Galaxy definitely caught in a interesting situation. You saw one of their players with 7 first aids, so they haven't passed off all the first aids just yet for their designated first aider, or the med stratter. Definitely not expecting to run into a team of Dunak on this western island, right? So much of the circle looking like it's going to be on the eastern side, so they're just trying to figure out how they're going to rotate around, make it deeper into the game, because even with the med strat strategy, they sent 3 of their players into the late zones to try and pick up some eliminations, and then just 1 player hanging in the far back to do the placement point securing. Team 4K trying to make their way up closer to the center part of the circle, but definitely getting pressured out by the YaLLa team that holds a very strong split on top of this hill.
Plus 4K do need to consider that that coastal line is relatively visible to any team that's on that northwest island, and as it happens, Rad have made their way across. I was more thinking of if a team was on the coastal line of the northwest island, but as it happens, Rad have pushed their way across the water, swam through, and now they're going to put a hell of a lot of pressure onto the members of 4K. Golden is able to get knocked in that prone down position. Where's the utility, Rad? There you go. Boom, sit that. And a second knock on the Golden. Anaconda. Oh, no. Onenenko can do absolutely nothing in 4K. They're left with just 1K left out of the 4K, and Rad punish them heavily.
YaLLa still trying to third party secure whatever points they can, and wow, that guy just ran clear across the open. No respect for the players of YaLLa, thinking you definitely can't hit me if I just run in the open in a straight line as Sistan. He really wants to secure the last elimination. That player's got to do some can't touch this moves themselves as well. Not very successful as an MG3 right in his face. Don't think he could avoid the bullets on that one too easily. Nigma Galaxy, by the way, running into Dunak again on that southwestern side. Both teams had the similar idea for their rotations. So, first aids, maybe it's on the side of Ralph, but I don't think so. Or who's their designated med stratter? They have one certain player that does
It's normally Rope. It's normally Rope.
It is Rope.
The designated med stratter. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. It is.
So they should be okay, maybe, if they passed off those first aids. But running into Dunak in the blue there, definitely not something they were probably expecting.
Next circle pops up and it centers up quite nicely. A little bit of Paradise Resort and the hills around it is in the circle. You have the compound that's down on that southwestern Paradise Resort area is held onto by RTG. Bootcamp Hill, north of it, YaLLa, they have a full spread. And I even love the fact that as they were looking for the shots under like Rad and 4K earlier on, they still had a player on the other side of the hill just scouting and getting information.
It's always crucial to have at least one playing further deeper into the circle so you can just maintain that information like you said. And sometimes it's quite a boring job as your teammates are the ones getting all the damage in. And speaking about damage, there is 2 down for Rod, but I do believe one of the Rod players were third party. Yeah, there we go. Dunak in the kill feed. Yeah, Dunak coming in from behind.
It happened to be kind of another team that I highlighted when 4K were in position rather in that a team on that northwestern island could third them, and it's ironic that it's happened to the team that third partied 4K from the swim across the line. Gotta feel bad, man. I understand why Brad thought it was safer to play on that coastal line because of how later into the game it is. The phase 4 circle shifting even more away from that northwest island.
Twisted Minds coming into action here. Definitely disappointing first game for them as they did go very early, but they're trying to make better use of this Sanhok match. One of their players does get knocked though. Just 2 up for the Twisted Minds, and they have their surroundings absolutely covered by the enemy team of 963. 963 up to 6 eliminations already. Team's looking good.
Good stuff from 963 indeed. Said those hillsides of Paris Resort was still in play and they've made it their own. They planted the 963 flag. But will the flag stay inside the circle of phase 5? No, it will not. It's a heavy shift up the northwest. There's 3 compounds inside this circle. The mind weapon iKURD, hold on to 2 of them in a 2-2 split. I recommend, if you can, as much as possible, get all of them into the same compound. I can't see them holding onto that 2-2 split. Maybe I'm wrong.
I feel like they can. Their back is so far up against the new zone that so many teams, as they try to make their way in, will just be caught fighting each other. So the mind weapon, this is a good chance for them to pick up a lot of eliminations and placement points. As Revolution trying to deal with Ringo there from the Dunak side. Dunak down to just that 1 player. No, actually 2 players. One of them are doing a med strat. So maybe they picked off some meds from the Nigma Galaxy team, which is why they're keeping 1 back as 1million. Taking some nice shots downrange onto the YaLLa side.
Yeah, 1million has also a really strong chance of closing out this game because they have either side of the road compounds covered and they have sight lines on Revolution. YaLLa, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Roof goes down. That's the end of Nigma inside game number 2. It seems like he ran out of meds, tried to play into the circle and paid the ultimate price. 1million Jabal. Looking in towards the members of YaLLa, scouting on the other side as well. They want to have every angle covered as 963 continue to get the shots up, but they don't survive any longer. They go down to conquer Iraq, who faces the brunt of the Papa Blue Zone.
Ooh, that drop shot. Close, but no cigar. New circle shifts. It shifts off the Twisted Minds, and yeah, like I predicted, with that split, so many teams having to be forced into fighting each other that nobody even comes close to that team. And if anything, that team has only managed 1 elimination. They were definitely probably hoping for more before that circle shifts off them. But now we're down to a lot of solos, if you take a look at who's still up alive on that right-hand side. And 2 4-man teams. We have the 1million and not Twisted Minds, the iKURD as the only 2 4-man teams. Everybody else just solos.
Rex goes down to Mord. I think, again, he ran out of meds off the back of trying to go for a heal strat. 5 teams are left. Faces a similar fate as Mord did. And left with 4. J9, one of 2 remaining RTG players, him and Aram. Will they be able to find a little bit of an entry point down on the southwestern edge of the circle? The mind weapon iKURD are spreading quite nicely in a controlling position. I love Ali down by the side of the road, knows that the members of 1 million are inside those compounds, so he wants to get a decent bit of information, extend it over to the rest of his team. The top 3 teams are left, but Osama, he gets knocked. J9 steps up. The snakes come out to play inside Sanhok.
Ooh, big blunder by the mind weapon right there. They need all 4 if they were to take this fight with the 1 million. And they should have definitely known that there's at least one more team on that southern side, but they definitely got too close, with one player pushing too close by themselves too, so there's not even a trade opportunity to come into play. The util not hitting either. It's looking like the 1 million's going to have their work cut out for them, as RTG and the mind weapon will probably take this fight.
At the end of the day, it's still been a hell of a game in terms of result for the mind weapon iKURD, considering they didn't qualify for the first super weekend. Ali is going to connect onto Aram. Sorry, 1 million going to connect onto Aram. Leaves J9 that's left up. Ali gets knocked down, so that means the side angle player that the mind weapon iKURD had is down on towards his knees. KURDSQUAD, RTG, they go down. 1 million. They have this chicken dinner in their sights. They're looking for the final players of the mind weapon iKURD, and that's going to be the mind weapon going to be able to do realistically nothing about this towards the end. Nabo plays on 2 rock. How long can he survive? Not very long. He has to move out of it. Realizes there's nades. Molly's going everywhere. He's going to go for the aggressive move. Do or die. He's going to die. And 1 million claim the chicken dinner.
I respect that push, though, out of the mind weapon. They knew they had 2 knocked. He was the last one up. He put some damage, and as he was running from cover to cover, we saw that grenade peek out, and player got tagged up. So very good try, but the 1 million securing that one on Sanhok. And that Sanhok match was pretty fast paced, but it was structured enough. I liked seeing, a lot of those isolated engagements early on. Of course, we got some, nice third-party action with those shifts further and further up north. But as far as Sanhok goes, I think a lot of the teams did perform quite well. Nigma Galaxy definitely running into some troubles that they were not expecting, and I don't think they passed off all the first aids like they would have liked to. But still, they still got quite a few games left. And let's take a look at the match rankings to see just exactly how the teams did in Sanhok.
Yeah, again, realistically, I'm looking at the mind weapon iKURD and the fact that they've got 13 points. As I said, the cutoff point from the first league week was 40. That's an average of 5.13 points per game, or should I say 41. That's over 3 times that amount in one game for the mind weapon iKURD. So they are automatically in a very solid spot. Of course, they need to continue it, but at the end of the day, with 1 game out of 8 down, it's a good spot for them to be in.
Yeah, that was a huge game for them. Definitely feeling a bit more of a confidence boost. If I'm mistaken, this was their very first match for today. They sat out in the match 1 of Erangel. So this being their first match and 13 points, which is, like you said, they're already like almost 1/4 of the way there to qualifying if we were to go by the standards of last week's top 16 qualifying points. And they still got 7 more matches to play, so they should feel pretty confident. And when I say confident, I don't mean that they're going to start playing aggressive or start doing like crazy things, but they should feel confident in the sense of being relaxed and cool-headed and being able to process things a little bit better because they're not under that crazy pressure to try and qualify.
Brad following some good consistency, by the way. 29 and a chicken dinner in the first game and 14 points in the second game. So that's really good to see, coming out from Rad. We move on to the second page, and headquarters, 2 games in a row, 2 0-point games. I'm really trying not to be presumptuous here, but they're also showing me nothing that indicates that they're going to make it into the second Super Weekend.
Yeah, that's 2 games down for them. 0 points in both of the very first 2 games of today. Their mental is being challenged quite heavily right now. And just based on the way they fell apart in that second Sanhok match, I just don't think everything is all quite there. We saw some crucial, just fundamental gameplay mistakes. Like mistakes that, once you're a player of the PMPL caliber, you should not be making. Now, of course, maybe those players typically on an average day play quite better, and it's the pressure of that 0-pointer first game. It's the pressure of not making it into the Super Weekend, really throwing things into flux for that team. But another part of competing and being a PMPL level caliber team and player is being able to reset your mental, to reset your cool, and to at least
say, so yeah, headquarters, you're down in the dumps. Dust yourselves off, pick yourselves up, and please, please, please show us something. I know for a fact that me and you, we will have a big smile on our faces if we see headquarters in the top 3 next game, right? Because it's like, yes, we hate seeing teams kind of fail. We hate seeing teams, kind of being in this position of like just magical has happened and suddenly there's a 5th player on one of the teams. There's 2 separate teams. There's a limited amount of train left in this circle. You just don't go solo like that. I'm sorry. Your original point of going on your own like that from the mine weapon, the trade needed to happen straight away, whereas because he was allowed to get eliminated, the mine weapon couldn't really do anything more. So, yeah, it is what it is. I hope the mine weapon can build upon overall the success of Game 2 from a point standpoint and play into Game 3. Before Game 3, we're going to go for a short break, so see you all in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split with myself and the wonderful, beautiful, handsome, ever ecstatic to glorifying the sensational
Oh no,
Zute.
not this
It's been a
again.
while since I've done it, but I had to. I just absolutely had to. Let's get everything out of the way in terms of the socials. Join in on the conversation with the hashtag PMPL. Follow YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, even TikTok. And let us know who you're supporting, what teams you're enjoying. Let us know how handsome you think Zute is, of course. And yeah, just you can just join in a conversation with the hashtag PMPL, because it's super important that, you know, get the conversation out there, have some healthy talk and all that jazz. And you can do that with your Oppo Reno 6, official sponsors of the PMPL Middle East and African Esports of 2022. Upgrade performance and upgrade your fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designed smartphones for the PUBG Mobile MENA Esports of 2022. Okay, so that's the kind of, you know, the everything out of the way. Let's have a look at the overall rankings after 2 games, Zute.
Yeah, so after 2 games, some teams have played both games, some teams have only played one. So of course, one thing you want to pay attention to is the matches played. But KAMIKAZE, you know, with 1 match played in the top 4, definitely sitting quite comfortably. Rod right now overall after 2 games in, 39 points. So everyone pretty much on the front page looking okay, except for maybe YaLLa with 2 matches played and only 11 points. But of course, you know, further down the leaderboards, you're going to see some teams with 2 matches played with single-digit points. Now, those are the teams that should be really worried as far as how their regular league week is going.
I still have to point out, though, Mind Weapon iKURD in the top half with only 1 game played, considering they didn't qualify for the Super Weekend. It's really positive. So unfortunately, we don't have the second page of the overall standings to at least visually show you, but I can, through the power of my second monitor, at least, you know, talk about what we have in terms of the second page of the overall standings. And as of right now, it's not looking good for headquarters. 0 points in 2 games, but Nigma, they only have 1 point in 2 games. Just have to put it out there.
And Twisted Minds, actually, yeah, if I'm looking at this correctly, Twisted Minds only have 2 points in 2 games. Now, this is a team that came into the Super Weekend looking pretty good. I believe they finished like 5th overall. A team that, you know, really, you know, get a lot of eliminations, take those early game fights, and to see them struggling in this league week so badly, it might be more so of a confidence thing where it's like they are aware they can make it in the Super Weekend and maybe they're trying something different, so to say.
Maybe.
A team of their caliber, I don't think they're too nervous. Not yet, anyways.
I you worry as we make it into this 3rd game of the day that with Twisted Minds, and I'll ask Ropus, of course, because I'm in general communication with him, but I'm worried if maybe the pressure is getting to him as an IGL. He's not massively experienced as an IGL, so that would be something that of course can play into the team's performance. Luckily for them, they're not playing in this 3rd game of the day. Group C are out of this game 3. That's NASR, Twisted Minds, Team Rad, and 4K Esports.
Yep, those 4 teams are sitting out. So headquarters once again playing for a 3rd game in the row. Nigma Galaxy playing their 2nd match of the day. They only have 1 point so far, so they definitely need to tighten things up. We saw this though out in Nigma Galaxy in the Super Weekend. They can start off extremely slow, and when they really need to, they can ramp it back up. So ramping it back up to a top 16 overall, I'm not too worried for the Nigma Galaxy side. And this playing path I didn't really touch on it, but it is creating some interesting splits on that western side. See a few teams split in across from one another. There's a few conflicting solo drops here and there from what I see on the minimap.
Yeah, 100% KAMIKAZE kind of getting involved a little bit. I know they normally drop in around Gaka, but that's really not as... I wasn't expecting them to be so heavily split. Stalwart UAE, they normally see. And then, yeah, headquarters with Revolution. I think because NASR Esports playing in this game, both teams had the same idea about school and apartments being open for the taking, and we're seeing the action come down. Unfortunately, not looking good as Alhazi is going to use that shotgun and blow up into the face of one of the headquarter players. YaLLa is inside the swimming pool on his own.
Oh no, headquarters. Down to 2 members already, and this player looks extremely isolated. His teammate nowhere close by to be able to support him. This headquarters team, oh man, just really falling apart here. Just getting outmaneuvered. The only credit I can really kind of give to headquarters right now is, like, at least in that fight with the shotgun, you saw the player try and jiggle back and forth to bait out some shots, and he just runs straight in immediately. But still doesn't change the fact he got absolutely demolished by that shotgun shot. And enemy, last one up for headquarters. I don't know what's worse, getting 2 0-pointer games in a row, or in your third game, your comeback game, so to say, you're down to just 1 player at the very beginning of the game, and it's not even 4 minutes into the match. Like, what? Like so when they get eliminated with 0 points, the team is like, okay, we could talk about it, we could walk away from the game, we could, you know, take a little bit of a breather. But when you lose 3 players at the very beginning of the game, you can't really, like, just be like, well, good luck, I'm gonna go and relax for a bit, because at least I hope that's not what they're doing. I hope they're at least, you know,
be the case. No.
Yeah, I hope they're at least watching their last player live, you know, just talking, going over some strats, like just having some sort of like mental, you know, reassurance. But you don't get to do it from the piece of like being out of the game. You still see your solo players still left alive.
Definitely.
And eventually you kind of know that they will eventually go out too. So I don't know what's a worse feeling, to be honest.
Well, I would still say going down early as a full squad is the worst feeling, because when you have 3 players go down really early on in the way headquarters have, I think that is an opportunity for, as a team, to band together behind that solo player, right?
Okay.
You know, to not leave the game and be like, oh, I'm out here, right? In a frustrating manner. It is a really good moment to be able to go, okay, with you, enemy. We're with you until the end. You're the last one alive. Let's do what you can do to give us a couple of points, right? And I think that's a potentially really good positive to help them as a team, and to help at least stay unified as a team.
Yeah, it could go both ways though. It could also be the situation, which I've had happen before, where your 3 teammates are just kind of watching you play in silence, and no one well, just as we say that, headquarters is completely eliminated out. So there goes headquarters. So I mentioned this earlier. It's do or die for the 4 teams that don't make it to the Super Weekend. And you counter with, yes, but not necessarily, right? There could be a chance where they just have one really good Super Weekend, and when we see teams kind of pull it off from time to time. But with the way this headquarters team is looking, just like mentally, just I'm not even playing right now on the headquarters team, and me watching them, I feel demoralized. I can't imagine how it feels for them, for the players right now that have worked so hard, by the way, for everyone watching to get to this stage in the first place. Like they practiced day in, day out to make it to the PMPL stage. And it's not a shoe-in to get in here to compete at this level, and to look like this, it's doubly worse for them. So I can't imagine how they feel right now.
Man. Anyway, either way, kind of enough about headquarters, because you know they've had our attention. Now they're out of here. We need to focus on what the other teams are doing around us in this game number 3. The Mind Weapon iKURD looking for a couple of cheeky shots onto a few of the RTG players. I can't help but feel that the Mind Weapon maybe knew the RTG go for this kind of split and thought, look, let's land in Ruins Watertown as a bit of a split. We'll apply a little bit of pressure onto them into the west. One thing that I'm curious about as well from yourself, Zute, is do you think any team will commit to Military Island in this phase 1?
I would like to see at least 1 or 2 teams commit to Military Island, specifically to control the bridge from the other end, because they could always just rotate back and forth, maybe even a 2-2, right? Military Island, not too big of a priority given the circle, but I like to see some teams take advantage of the potential of a Military Island. If this is anything like week number 1, day 1, we've seen a lot of circle shifts go quite unorthodoxly to areas of the map where teams aren't expecting.
Yeah, I don't disagree. In Stalwart UAE, coastal line, mainland, in my opinion, the perfect spot for a phase 2 preparation if it does go into Military Island, because they're in that crevice where they're able to just take that really short direct swim into Military Island. I wouldn't be against actually one of their players swimming across. Maybe it's a bit too late in terms of phase 1, but I wouldn't have been against it.
Well, we'll know very soon if anybody's going to be swimming across as the next circle shift about to come on out. And ooh, okay, well, it's a little bit of like a 60-40, but you never know in this lovely game of PUBG Mobile just how the circles will turn on you the second you least expect it. But Stalwart Esports, yeah, I think their plan is if it does shift to Military Island, they will make that cross. We've seen many teams do it from that position, and they actually have a decent game from time to time with those military circles.
Interesting direct rotation from Rico through Roadhog. Obviously, they were coming in from outside of the area, and outside of grabbing any real information, so they wouldn't have known that there was a little bit of action in this part of the map in the first 5 to 10 minutes, right? So I don't mind that they were going for a direct rotation through Roadhog. They haven't lost anybody for the time being. The My Weapon iKURD move a little bit down south from that water tank to the edge of the circle. Otherwise, RTD, they just need to stay a little bit quiet in this Roadhog area.
As quiet as they are, Rico Infinity definitely smells something fishy out here. Maybe some shots, maybe some footsteps. As Bandar, he's got that grenade. He knows exactly what's going on. And those footsteps will confirm that there are enemy players as the off-angle player gets taken out by ID from behind. Rico Infinity showing the awareness of the #1 Super Weekend team coming into the league week. And wow, that was 3 enemy players that Rico Infinity just eliminated so quickly and cleanly, making it look like clockwork.
Yeah, that was really kind of like, no disrespect to RGG, but that just felt like a classic game. Games with how quick Rico were with it. Whoo! The Western Bridge is going to be a little bit of a haven as CONQUEROR are going to get pushed by the 1 million up the stairs. Broza can do nothing, but there is a bit of a third party from Riva in the distance. Really good play from Conqueror Rack. Not committing all of them as the nade comes out. Nearly connects with the bullets onto Jamal. Callaghan knows it. He's going to throw a molly up the stairs into the top floor of the building. Got to make sure you don't eliminate any of your teammates. With that one, it's Rio. He's going to play in on the other side. 1 million. They took control, but they're slowly losing. It's falling apart as the pressure comes in from the rest of the Conqueror players.
Conqueror playing that initial defense setup so beautifully. I love how that worked out. Of course, some after grenade effects ringing through. Conquerors do lose one player. That's exactly how you play split. We've seen so many teams play split defenses and they get crashed by a full team, and then you hear the saying over and over again, oh, why were they so split? They can't support each other. They just got isolated. No, that Conqueror team played that split beautifully, and they reacted perfectly for the follow-up. It's all about the follow-ups when you play a split defense, and you can see why full sending a compound with 4 players in a 4v1 situation is not always ideal when the defending team actually knows what they're doing. Next circle shift comes out. It is not going to be Military Island, as it centers right on up in the center of the circle, but there's about 30% of water in place. The circle's quite smaller than it actually seems.
Yeah, teams are going to get a lot closer to each other than they would prefer. Inside this phase number 3, Revolution, they did get 1 player knocked, but the revive has come out. They have a bit of a compound as a full squad. Nigma Galaxy now coming in quite hot and heavy into the circle as a full squad player down on towards the side of the road. They might be looking for an engagement. You can see in the 1/3 of the map, while YaLLa, Stalwart UAE, good place for YaLLa to go. I like that coastline position. While Stalwart UAE, they have a really lovely spread. Okay,
It creates more of a buffer zone.
Oh, you're there.
Sorry,
you're there.
I'm back. Yes, I am back. Had some background noise, forgot to unmute. But yeah, YaLLa playing in a nice position like you mentioned, but Stalwart Esports split looking even better. And if anything, YaLLa kind of helps Stalwarts out with this position here. They create more of a buffer zone on that western side of the ridgeline. So it's kind of 2 teams defending the shoreline side and not just one. So Stalwarts, they have a less chance of being crashed and full sended as long as they keep that YaLLa side at.
And I also like the fact that Stalwart do have 2 players inside the compound that's just shy of that coastline position by the side of the road. The warehouses per se. Not warehouses, I forget what the name of the building are, but my point is I think it's good that they have 2 players there. The northern side of the circle, just outside of Potato Hill, you have the mine weapon iKURD. You have the members of K12. They're going for a very heavy split with 2 or 3 of their players on the more eastern edge of the circle. And then Ramp is coming down that northeastern Potato Hill area. While Rico Infinity, they're shot south of the mine weapon.
Next circle shift is about to come out. Teams are all positioned pretty much in zone. A knock comes out from the YaLLa side, but should not lead to anything, as with the circle shift about to come out, teams are prioritizing their next rotation, their next positioning, and it does shift on south a little bit closer to the water, and this is going to cause all-out mayhem here in Imperium. So many teams on the west and the north have to press on into heavily fortified positions of the teams that did get the circle.
If I were Stalwart UAE, I would disband that compound and then send all 4 players to coastline. That's exactly what they do. Jesus Christ, Stalwart UAE. Golden choices being made as K12 ring the ears of Rico Infinity from that eastern, now northern edge of the circle. caught him out with that spread. Nice play by K12. They're being somewhat proactive. And Nade's being fired in the other direction. He then moves away from the window and gets knocked. That's the opening that K12 need. Bardashani, unknown, prone down. Sees the smokes being laid down. Push it, K12. Push it real good. You can do it.
SK Ton with a very nice defense, taking that off angle, putting some pressure instead of just hiding. And that's a huge one. Great knock for SK Ton. As the other members of K12 having the ball a little, I feel like they should have committed one more player to that push to apply the pressure a little bit more, but now they're down to 2. SK Ton doing a great job at keeping the team alive as his teammate was going for that revive. Now KURD12 might just be stuck backside here. If anything, they might be looking for a completely different location now, as they're having quite a hard time breaching into this edge of zone.
It's amazing. We saw a very creative fight early on from CONQUEROR that worked out that way, and it was the opposite end. Every single second counts inside PUBG Mobile when you're looking at engagements. Dunak, they breached in on towards Revolution's area, northwestern edge of the circle. QHT picks the Q with the nade onto Gringo, but one in return. Clever from a distance. The high ground angle could work out for Dunak, but if I were Clever, I would push down that hill and support the 2 other players from your team.
Yeah, his position is given up with a very good knock though. So once that position's given up, he does need to readjust to come and help apply the pressure so they don't get that revive. As Revolution looking like the player has stalled out as long as he could, and he's going to give up control of that building. Grenade in hand. That grenade clipped to perfection. Getting an important knock and a confirmation as well for Smoker.
Oh man, Gordon Ramsay was proud of that bad boy as a reef. Tries to play into the inside of the window. Doesn't work out. Clever swinging around, but I think it's too little too late. He's gonna get brushed upon, and Revolution take down Dunak.
Revolution up to 7 eliminations as well, with 4 players still up. I'm seeing quite an interesting situation coming out on the southwestern side, by the way. I do believe CONQUEROR is in the wire, as Stalwart Esports is on the ridgeline side with YaLLa right close next to them. Next circle shift is going to shift on out here, and we get an all-man mass finish onto the eastern side. Stalwart Esports and YaLLa, including KAMIKAZE and Nigma Galaxy on the western side. That's going to be where all the fighting and contention is. It's going to get extremely messy with such big names involved.
Timing is going to be everything. Technically, Stalwart have the advantage because, one, they've been holding on to quite a big spread for quite a while, so they've been able to get a relevant amount of information. Plus, they're closest to the edge of the circle, so they're going to the blue damage last, and they're technically going to be able to possibly swing a couple of eliminations in their favor from KAMIKAZE, maybe Nigma, possibly YaLLa. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Inside the circle of Falcon on your screens right now, they have the golden compound. They have the $1 billion value property for any of these teams to buy, to take hold of, to control, but they're not going to let it happen. They get a knock onto one of the 2 remaining Nigma Galaxy players that are left. The Mine Weapon iKURD had a hell of a result in the second game of the day, their first of the day with 13 in total. Can they fend off Revolution?
Mine Weapon really need this too, as they're one of the teams that missed that first super weekend. As we look back to Revolution, the team with 7 eliminations, they're getting peppered down. 2 of their players knocked, caught between Rico Infinity and the Mine Weapon iKURD, and those grenades are gonna connect. Those look quite beautifully lined up, as KAMIKAZE now also coming in from the western side. Beautiful shots to press the team further away from their position.
Send them all one direction. Weapon, just send them all towards each other. Let everybody else do the hard work. Alaji, the final player up for Revolution, trying to move around this side of smoke, is now going to prone down as KAMIKAZE swung in. is knocked, but they still have 2 players up. The mine weapon, Nabo, doing wonderful stuff. He's the only player that's up on towards the high ground in the very western edge of the circle, and he's doing such a good job of making it so easy for the rest of his team. He's not sticking out like a sore thumb for too long, going back behind the rock, going inside the cover, going out, looking for the shots. That's Revolution. Gonna stay alive as KAMIKAZE go down.
That is spacing and pressure play to perfection. That is one member of the mine weapon iKURD team pushing back up to 3 different teams and creating that space, and once they've applied that pressure and created the space, the rest of the team follows up to clear out the side of the circle. Beautifully done by this team. I'm wondering and questioning how they did not make it into the first super weekend, as the fundamentals look quite beautiful right now. So having that 3-day break, maybe that has reignited their flame, and they're playing like a completely different team now. Alahi, though, he's got that grenade in hand. He could cause some trouble for the mine weapon team.
Oh, nice prone down drop shot coming through. Osama. Oh no, Nabo gets knocked. It's a 2-piece. But Revolution, luckily for mine weapon, they go down, and the mine weapon should be able to stay alive as a full squad. However, as the Necker circle has popped up and it shifts over towards the northeast, have Rico Infinity smelt an opportunity to strike while the iron is out. So far, no good.
SK Ton once again. Some beautiful shots right there. Oh, as 963 take a fight with Falcon on the southern side. It's a full-on breach.
Crash, baby, crash. 963 up the stairs. And they being cooked up. Falcon, they're trying to hold on. It's not looking good. I think it's just Yusef left on his own. He does get a knock in return. It's going to be good, but how long is he going to be able to last for? Stalwart UAE as well throws a nade inside the top window and connects on the Falcons. They go down. 5 teams left, 16 players. The mine weapon iKURD, Rico Infinity did take the opportunity to strike and out of here.
That was a huge reason for 963. They were actually down to that 1 player as that Stalwart grenade rained in and finished out the opposition they were fighting. 963, they know Star Wars just had rotated in here, but there's a team of Triple D on the top side. Some beautiful shots, knocking 1, almost getting a second, and actually going for the confirmation potentially, and just a few nades, maybe some smokes, maybe some cover for them to break into the next zone. But Nigma Galaxy on the western side setting up a nice crossfire for the Stalwarts team.
I don't know how Nigma Galaxy are still alive. That's absolutely crazy, especially as a duo. I think it was like 5 to 7 minutes ago, one of their player was actually knocked down. But he must have gotten revived up as we saw all the action go down. 963 are going to be facing the brunt of the blue zone, plus a beautiful molly by Van Kid. Puts it down to just Trippy left on his own. He goes in, but Stalwart UAE, they have the better job done. They played into the side of the shack, and they were able to use the circle to their advantage. As the next one pops up, it centralizes our final 3 teams. Nobody is in the circle.
Triple D, by the way, one of the teams that did not make it in the Super Weekend, having their standout game of the day right now. It's up to the top 3, and Triple D's got 4 alive. They can make something happen here as Rico Infinity with a man disadvantage at only 3. But Triple D have the longest ways to go to make it into zone, as Rico Infinity and Nigma Galaxy both have the zone closer on their side of the map.
So glad you pointed about Triple D, because even in game 1, their first game of the day, they got 8 points in total. So they missed out on the second game. That technically means it's 2 good games in a row for Triple D Esports, as they want to solidify themselves as a team guaranteed to qualify for the second Super Weekend, take a bit of pressure off them leading into the second day of League Week 2. Nades reigns supreme as SK Ton connects beautifully on the safe. That's going to be the port to call, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Nigma Galaxy, they're there, but Triple D down to just one. Jamas can do nothing. Gets out of the boogie, looks for the shot on the Ada, but Ada backs away in time. Swinging on through. Oh no, he gets run over. Flat as a pancake. Two teams are left up. Nigma Galaxy going up against Rico Infinity. I'm a little bit surprised that Nigma Galaxy didn't look to take advantage of that engagement, and it means that Rico Infinity can focus solely on the final opponents in front of them. Two global championship teams in the top two of Game 3.
That was absolutely disgusting what Rico Infinity just pulled off. They moved so fast, so quickly. Nigma Galaxy couldn't even react to that, and I love how they did it because they couldn't push on foot. Nigma Galaxy would have had sightline, so instead they just used the vehicles. But hold on a second. SK Ton, one of the top players for Rico Infinity, goes down. We're down to 2v2, down to a 2v1 as Bandar lands a perfect grenade onto Lord.
That trade was so important for Rico Infinity, because losing that off-angle player so valuable. But in the end, it just doesn't matter. Rico Infinity get the job done. They close this game out, and they're the chicken dinners for Game 3.
That's the first place Super Weekend team that I like to see. That last play, of course, Triple D stacked up a little bit too close right there. It was grenade after grenade, a 1, 2, 3, and I bet you the comms are ringing out. I knocked three, finished them off, and players just hopped in their cars. And the awareness to realize the call to finish off a team and not to just run up to their face and get crossfired by Nigma Galaxy, but every player on the team realized in order for us to finish them off in this situation, in this type of in-game, this zone, we use our vehicles. So no mistakes were made. That is a perfectly executed play that in the reality of the situation, not able to communicate. No, don't go, use your cars. It was just instinctively known by the players because they're so veteran. And at the very end, I want to point out, Nigma Galaxy, it looked like they were going for a point confirmation rather than player holding down the 1v2. That was actually the right play, because if he didn't go for that, his position would have been pinged out by the player that they had knocked over and over, and that would have made his chances of winning that 1v2 even less. So two, like you said, PMGC level teams displaying those micro details of why they're top level teams, and under the pressure, those small decision making skills really can make the difference in a lot of different fights.
Looking at the match rankings of this third game, Stalwart UAE, they may not have gotten the heaviest amount of placement points, but those 12 elimination points gives them 20 in total. So a very successful game for them. But the two teams that we need to point out, you mentioned one of them during the game, DDD Esports. 8 points in first game of the day, 17 in this third game of the day. They're second. That's a hell of a start for them. And Mind Weapon iKURD, that's two back-to-back strong results. That's really good for them in terms of confirming their spot in the second Super Weekend.
All this means for the teams, quite a few teams that didn't make it in the last Super Weekend are having a strong start. That just a team potentially that did make that last Super Weekend won't make it into this one. Taking a look at the second match rankings, of course, we have to mention Headquarters. Just this is 3 games in a row now. And unless they get a chicken, I feel like even if they get an okay game of 5 points, 6 points, that's not enough to cut it. So the next time I want to see Headquarters anywhere points-wise is if they're in the top 3. Otherwise, it's pretty much done. KURD Esports also getting a 0-point finish. But KURD, by the way, did make that last Super Weekend, my mistake. But they finished in 16th overall. So for the teams that didn't do too well with the potential of not making it this Super Weekend, so teams are stepping up, they got to be careful as well.
Yeah, they do. And we saw, I know they had only played one game, but Revolution and Stalwart UAE, they were looking at I say the word shaky, but it's obviously very loosely. But my point is they only had kind of 3 and 2 points respectively in the first game, and they both got some pretty decent points secured in this game 3 of the day. So that's positive for them. Like you said, when you have two teams that didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend come into this week's play and get good results, it means that it becomes shaky for the teams that didn't do that well in their first Super Weekend. Will they make it in? Will they go out? Will their position, their security in the league finals become a lot scarier? The way it's looking, it could very much be the case.
Yeah, it's just if there's going to be 2 new teams playing in this Super Weekend, that means 2 old teams will have to miss on out. It's just the numbers game, right? Top 16 out of 20 teams, simple as that. But I love seeing the teams that, you know, rally back stronger after missing a Super Weekend. And it's not like they're just, you know, consistently slowly making their way into the top 16. Like you mentioned yourself, it's 2 really good games in a row for both of these teams. So that's very exciting to see. We might actually see like a potential new contender in the lobby too with how well they're playing.
Yeah, it's just that kind of big cushion coming into the second day of league play. I was really happy to see how Stalwart UAE played this, and I really see shades of kind of the Stalwart Mongolian side and how Stalwart UAE are kind of playing these games. Because I highlighted how they technically had an easier job playing into that big circle shift that went up towards the northeast. And they did that, right? They crashed in, they helped third party, but then instead of pushing in onto the same compound as I think it was Revolution, they went across the road and they were like, okay, we'll get across the road, we'll get into the circle and we'll just drown them out that way. And it was such a well played maneuver from them.
Also, KONQUEROR Iraq, by the way, this team finished in 6th overall in the Super Weekend, so definitely a team that did quite well. But the more I get to see them play in this league week with their way they play, their fundamentals, right? It's looking like a very promising team that just over the course of time will just start to lock things down better and better. So I'm keeping an eye on this KONQUEROR team. Absolutely love the way they play and what I've seen out of them so far.
Yeah, this is towards the tail end of the Oppo moments. I don't think it was Revolution. My apologies when I talked about that previous moment. But we did see the Mind Weapon iKURD. Most specifically, a solar player, Cuspin on the ridge of the hill, was on point. I feel a little bit bad for them because I think if they had cleaned up that last player Revolution a lot easier, Rico Infinity would have been maybe less inclined to massively third party. But it is what it is. As this is the final moments of the game. Rico Infinity clean things up.
Rico Infinity in dominant fashion. They worked all the way from the north. I remember you mentioning. Interesting to see how they're rotating straight through Rozhok. Well, they took a fight in that Rozhok area, cleaned out 3 eliminations quite beautifully. And ever since then, they've just been working their way from the north, edging on down, taking multiple fights. And with the 3 players up, they managed to mitigate a lot of teams pressuring them and just playing just like a well-synergized team. And that's what you like to see out of a PMGC level team. They're just able to have their way in these lobbies that are just technically lower skilled and make it look so easy.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. But I can say this a little bit better. We're going to go for a break. 2 more games left. Don't go away. See you all in a minute. welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2022 Spring Split. I thought I'd say the full name this time, Zute, for absolutely no reason at all, just because I can, and I did. That's it. We're 3 games in, and they've been 3 pretty exciting games, but we're going back on to Sanhok as we take a look at the socials. PUBG Mobile, NASR Esports on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, for whatever reason, TikTok. I don't know. I don't know why you'd want to be on it. Don't go near it. But join in on the conversation using hashtag PMPL.
Let's take a look at the overalls now. Now that we're 3 matches in, Rod still holding that first place overall with only 2 matches played. So they had 2 really good games. Rico Infinity shooting their way on up there in 3rd, tied with 1 million after getting their chicken. And KONQUEROR Iraq, I was talking about this team. I like how they play. And well, 29 points, 4th overall after 3 games. Looking pretty confident in the terms of making it into the Super Weekend. And Triple D, that's a team that we want to see here, because that's a team that we didn't see last week when it came to the league days.
Again, the cutoff point from last week was 41 points. Both Triple D Esports and No Mind Weapon have gotten half of those total points in just 2 of the 8 games. So they have 6 more games to get the same amount of points. It shouldn't be too hard to get. However, looking in the second half of the standings, holding on to the final Super Weekend spot for the time being, a little bit of squeaky bum time, is Revolution. Only have 11 points.
Yeah, Revolution with 11 only, and maybe we get to see the last page here. Yeah, this is where it's looking very dire for some of these teams. Well, maybe not just yet. We still have a few more games left to play, and honestly, to break into the top 16, sometimes all you need is 2 decent games, because that point threshold is quite low, but you want to put yourselves in a position to be able to break that in just 1 or 2 games. Twisted Minds, after 2 games, only 2 points. One of the top performing teams in this past Super Weekend, definitely having a way slower start to the regular league day.
Yeah, but the team that I'm probably worried about the most in terms of that kind of bottom 5 to 6 teams is KURD12. Because one, they're playing this next game, but they're not playing the last game, right? Across both of the league play days. So their finishing result in the league play is outside of control. Secondly, in their first Super Weekend, they only got 71 points in the 15 games. I can pretty 99.9999% say that even if they do make it into second Super Weekend, if they have the same kind of performance in the next Super Weekend, I get 71 points. That's not a total amount of points. So my point, geez, I'm saying the word point a lot. At the end of the day, they need to step up in this game, and they need to step up leading into tomorrow, because it's squeaky bum time for a team like KURDSQUAD, KURD12.
Yeah, and it's not just a question of them making it to the top 16 to qualify. It's how well they do in the league stage, right? Because for teams like the teams that struggled in the last Super Weekend, they want to clean up their game and do better in the regular league week to kind of show improvement, to bring it into the Super Weekend. For some of the top teams like Nigma Galaxy and some of the other ones, they could honestly do whatever they want in the league week, just make top 16, right? So it could be experimenting something new, trying new strategies. But for teams that didn't do well, they need to show out in the league week so they could get prepped to show out in the Super Weekend. And speaking about showing out, we're going to show you guys another nice, beautiful match of Sanhok coming right up on your screen as teams start dropping out of the playing path. And I'd like to highlight already a hot drop fight in Cow between 2 teams. Can't quite make out who they are. I believe that is the Mind Weapon KURD going against KAMIKAZE. Ooh, this should be interesting. I would definitely put my money on KAMIKAZE. What's your take?
No, I want to put my money on Mind Weapon iKURD just with how good of the 2 games they played overall. However, when you're looking at like a hot drop and Compounds, it's hard to absolutely see what's going to go down. 4K do have Pydan all to themselves. On a side note, the phase 1 has popped up and it is on that northern side once again. So it's a similar phase 1 compared to what we saw in the first Sanhok game of the day.
Extremely similar. Many of these teams did play in that Sanhok match as well, so they'll have a much better idea of where teams will be positioned throughout the game. Namely, Nigma Galaxy. If the circles shift out in a similar way, I do expect them to have a much better finish this time around.
Oh, I don't know if you noticed that from Da of KAMIKAZE, but he's actually swung, or swam, should I say, around on the side and could be looking for a bit of a backstab on one of the Mine Weapon iKURD players. I do like the spread of Mine Weapon though, and they have the roofs of these buildings that they're able to utilize.
They're just playing this extremely slow, as in the kill feed. Nigma Galaxy actually getting a knock onto Twisted Minds. So a slow start for Twisted and an even slower start right now on Sanhok, as one of their players is knocked and potentially will get confirmed. But right now, this fight here in Cal looks to be a slow one, as that flanking player that you mentioned did swim around, yes, but they need to swim around and pick up some loot. So they're currently looting that northern port area of Cal, but they will come into play in a little bit. And Twisted Minds, or not Twisted Minds, sorry, the Mine Weapon, I heard, adjusting their defense, or maybe adjusting their aggression towards that northwestern section of Cal.
Yeah, would like to see a little bit of proactivity from KAMIKAZE once that is kind of finished looting up those few buildings. I think there's a opportunity to get that backstab, but the longer they leave it, the more chance that the opportunity goes away, in my opinion. Twisted Minds did have that player confirmed at the hands of Nigma Galaxy. So Rokus is kind of on his own, moving down towards Camp Charlie. YaLLa have boot camp. Stalwart UAE have the compound now to the kind of right of boot camp. And 1million have a 4-man spread on the eastern side of the map.
I think Nigma Galaxy is going quite aggressive on the Twisted Minds team, simply because they might have seen the VOD footage from game number 1 and realized they're splitting a little bit too close to us, and we do not want that. They want to contain them in Camp Charlie. So in a way, they're setting up for future super weekends by claiming more of their territory. And they can afford to do that, because if things go wrong for them in the Sanhok match, they have the points from the first super weekend to fall back on.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's a fair point indeed. On a side note, if you didn't fully get it by now, Group B are not playing in this game. So RG, Dunak, KONQUEROR, and Headquarters all not participating in this third game of the day. Still a bit of a standstill between the Mine Weapon iKURD and KAMIKAZE. And honestly, I don't get why KAMIKAZE are trying to disengage. That isn't really going to get anywhere to support them and get some kind of engagement. Okay, he's making his way up to the kind of the top of the hill now, but timing. You're 5 minutes in and you still haven't made a movement. It's a little bit poor in my eyes, despite the circle being in their favor.
Yeah, they could just disengage and prioritize more of the circle, as the center part of the circle is further south, and KAMIKAZE control the southern side of Cal. But in a sense, they might also want to fight for Cal to claim this territory in future matches, especially coming into the super weekends. And KAMIKAZE, well, they also are a team that did extremely well last super weekend, finishing second overall, even better than Nigma Galaxy, actually. So they could just take whatever fight they want, and in a way, with them playing so slow and passive, it kind of annoys the other team, right? And it might even deter them from dropping there in the future, even if they win.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective. would also get into the heads of the opponents when in this isolated instant, because if they're not really making a move, making any noise, the mine weapon could be naturally a little bit more of a team that's reactive rather than proactive. And if they're not getting anything to be reactive from, yeah, that could also annoy them.
Yeah, from competitive experience, the worst thing to do when you're fighting with a team for a hot drop location is fighting the team that makes no noise whatsoever and just extremely difficult to deal with. Even if you win those fights sometimes, it's demoralizing because if you know they're going to come back again and they're going to play that way again, and you have to spend another 7 to 8 minutes every drop to finish them off, you might just give up that spot to begin with if you really need the points. And as far as needing the points, KAMIKAZE, they don't need the points. They could play however annoyingly as they possibly want to deter the team from dropping there in the future.
The big difference, and this is what I kind of low-key love about the league stage and the league week stage, should I say, and having the 20 teams and split into different groups, is Rico are playing a much different game compared to the previous Sanhok game where they weren't playing, and I forget who it was that dropped in Paradise Resort, but Rico are being a lot more proactive and having a controlling spread on that western side of Paradise. And I think YaLLa didn't take that into account fully as they played onto PMPL. Now, they haven't lost a player, but they did suffer a knock, and I don't think that would have been the case in game 2 because Rico weren't playing in that game.
Yeah. So the alternating groups are already coming into play, coming into effect here, as we're still looking at this fight in Cal. Teams have kind of readjusted their positioning. Mine Weapon are trying to be proactive with their movements with clearing out, but the team of KAMIKAZE just being so difficult to deal with. They just keep readjusting their defense and kind of hurting the Mine Weapon like cattle right now. Not to say that the Mine Weapon's at a disadvantage, but it's like you could kind of see the frustration right now. And finally, the first opening goes through, and it is the side of KAMIKAZE that will get that first opening.
You could say they got into the minds of the Mine. Yes, I said it. I went there.
Oh,
but indeed,
man.
you're dead right about the analogy. They did herd Mine Weapon into a bit of a corner on that more western side of Cow, where there's a bit more water, there's a little bit less of an exit potential. Either way, phase 2 pops up, my friend, and it centers up quite nicely. A good bit of the water taken away, and it's looking more like a mainland finish.
Yeah, it will be a mainland finish most likely. Just like the second match of Sanhok, Rico Infinity controlling a huge spread. Just, the domino effect of if they can pressure out YaLLa and a few other teams, that'll congest the southern side so much, and they might end up coming out huge as a grenade from the Mine Weapon. Osama right there, and that grenade's gonna confirm probably. Oh, going aggressive, Nabo jumping out the window, not getting the best of that, as is with a beautiful drop shot, and it's down to a 1v2 situation.
Oh, it all started off so good for the Mine Weapon. Prepare for trouble, and he made it double with that nade double knock. But in the end, it was a push solo, and it went horribly wrong. Ali's left in his own, in through the window, is forced to go upstairs as the confirmations are played out. That is still knocked down. He could get revived up. Ali looting up a little bit. I don't know what he's looking for. Maybe he's looking for a miracle inside that loot crate. He might be able to find it. Goes back down on towards the outside. Then in up to the upstairs area. Not really looking to disengage from this building, but he's allowed KAMIKAZE to get back up as a 3-person team. So this quickly becomes a 1v3. I love it. DBS. It could be a big brain play. He gets one through the side of the window. Can he get the second? A little bit of damage is dealt onto him. Down to half health. This is lovely from Ali. He's playing them like a fiddle. as a solo player.
They have to go for the revive on Conte as well, as he did manage another DBS shot. So Ollie realizes this, goes a little bit aggressive, tries to isolate a player. It's a bunch of isolated angles, doing really well for a 1v3 situation. He gets one with the drop shot, gets a second one maybe, and oh, that pre-fire out the window side. That was a good pre-fire, and we've talked about this before, but that pre-fire angle, he was peeking into the left side right there, so his body had peeked out just a little bit far too much, and even though the pre-fire was done beautifully well, the right-hand side peek of the player of KAMIKAZE gets the advantage where he could see more of the left side of that body before he can get hit himself. So I would have to say beautifully done by that solo player out of the mine weapon.
Yeah.
But as a team,
yeah, good effort.
A little bit unsynergized after that double nade knock.
Okay, so we can kind of reevaluate how teams are looking in as we get into the tail end of this phase 2. Stuck to the coastal line off the back of what was a successful rotation in the first Sanhok game of the day for them, but it's not really working out as well this time around. Triple D, who weren't in the first Sanhok game, moved down to boot camp, which I think is a little bit interesting. And then Revolution, they have a 4-man spread on the north.
Next circle shifts on out, and we're centering on to Paradise Resort. I want to see Rico Infinity, simply because they can, to hold that split. One more circle, and I want to see the domino effect that it will cause for so many of these other teams. And realistically, it's not even that difficult of a split. As far as a PMGC level team,
it's not.
Yeah, as far as it goes for a PMGC level team, it's not. It's a lot of high ground hillsides with very long sightlines, and it being TPP, it could be easily doable. We actually see them readjusting just a little bit, so we'll tune back in later to see how it goes, as all the teams on the southern side have to rotate on up north, and there's going to be a lot more conflicts coming out on the south side.
I worry a little bit that Rico is given a tiny bit too much space for someone to breach in the southern edge of. But I'm just a little bit worried, but either way, you're right. We'll see how it goes. Rad go back in towards boot camp. Triple D moved out of boot camp and into the southern edge of the circle. 4K Esports, a team that needs every single goddamn beautiful point they can get their hands on to make it into the second Super Weekend. Catch out one of the K12 players, and it's very important because again, K12 is the team that's currently 16th after first Super Weekend with only 70 points. They also need every single point. They need to qualify for the second Super Weekend.
With them being on that western island and the circle being on the main island of Sanhok, K12 is going to have to make a difficult rotation. I don't believe they have vehicles. If anything, their entry point was probably where they were looking at towards 4K, but 4K catching them a little bit off guard, slowing things down considerably for the K12 team. They can still make a run towards north and go for a swim, but it's pretty evident that is not what they want to do. As Mortal, he's got to make sure his butt doesn't stick out much.
Oh man, YaLLa have kind of stuck to that compound across the road from Boot Camp Hill. They are not breaching onto Paradise Resort. I honestly agree with that. I think they're good to stay where they are. There's still a cluster of teams on that southern edge. Twisted Minds, NASR Esports, Triple D, Stalwart UAE. 1 million connecting onto Revolution in the northwestern edge of this circle. Revolution not really looking in the best position as we hand it over. 1 million. They were able to crash in. However, Revolution are able to get the revives off and they're back up as a full squad.
I do believe this is a 4v3 situation as one of the 1 million player goes down. A beautiful nade trade though. Zakaria down to 1 HP. Needs to get that first aid off as Smoker confirms one of the 1 million. Gaga, knowing he has to go aggressive here to stabilize things back in his play, and very good proactive push by Gaga, but Gaga will go down, leaving it all down to Zakaria. with the UMP 1v2 situation, and he's got to go aggro because he does not want the Revolution team to get a reset onto the third player.
Pre-Nate comes in, takes Zakaria down to about 20 health. Great play by Smoker. It slows him down as a final player. He's going to go back behind the wall. He's forced to, but that's going to be a free nade play, possibly. Not quite. Revolution. They're going to go for the revive. Zakaria, for the time being, has a little bit of time to think about what he wants to do. He's cooking up a nade. The next circle, by the way, the blue zone is about to close in. It did shift over to the northeast.
The circle's now on the northeastern side with Paradise Resort on the southern side, just barely in zone. Well, actually, the entirety of Paradise is in zone as Twisted Minds go down very early. Once again, 0-point finish. Revolution trying to finish out this last player of Zakaria. Zakaria just playing back and forth. Goes for a drop shot, but will get taken down and surrounded. Rico Infinity on the Paradise Resort side. Looks like they are going to decide to hold this down as so many other teams congregating in on the south side.
I think Triple D and YaLLa kind of connected a little bit with each other. Now, YaLLa still up as a full squad, but Triple D did lose 2 players. Stalwart UAE not really looking in a good position as NASR are able to breach into the southern edge of Paradise Resort a little bit quicker, and Stalwart UAE most likely will pay the ultimate price. Rad, they're just fighting with the blue, a couple of first steps and a hell of a lot of bandages for Delhap. 2 of his teammates are a little bit further forward. It's a boot, turns to his side, looks for one of the Rad players, but it's gonna go down. Stalwart UAE, they crumble in Sanhok.
UAE eliminated quite early. NASR controlling the southern side of Paradise, looking to gatekeep so many of these teams out in the blue. You have Rod, you had 4K, you have some of the Nigma Galaxy team still trying to make their way in. And on the southwestern side, you got 3 teams getting into engagements. Just to make things worse, you get a hard shift across the road to the northeast. Now everyone on the south has to run and make that crossing in the opening, where it's going to be an absolute bloodshed.
It's not going to be Papa Blue. It's going to be Papa Red Zone with all of the blood that's going to be spread outside of this circle. YaLLa trying to defend. Triple D looking for a bit of a third-party opportunity, but it's only Humam, I believe, on his own for the side of Triple D. Baker. Will the revive be able to play through onto Bumba? I don't think it's even worth it. Time's ticking. It's a little bit too late. The time is up. Your time is now. Nobody's John Cena here, so you can't see me indeed. YaLLa Esports Faker. Is he going to try and go for a bit of a heel shot? I can't see it working out.
Players getting taken out to the blue zone in the kill feed as well. KAMIKAZE on that northwestern side. They have an easy way in with that circle hard shift, but can't say the same for these other teams. Rico Infinity trying to balance out gatekeeping while still making the cross themselves with ample amount of time. And it's always difficult when you have players shooting you from behind the blue while you want to break into the circle yourself. SK Ton, this player out of Rico Infinity, always catches my eyes, always seems to know where to look and which position to be in for his team. And speaking about which position to be in for his team, they get the zone bless on that hard southern western side split. And SK Ton, this guy, he does not care. He will stand tall, stand strong, and he's still taking shots all over, looking every which way. This guy's unstoppable right now.
He is built different as he gets one on the Hamco. Hassan is now the final player of NASR Esports. He's running across the road. Uh-oh, you've been spotted. Target acquired. Another one for SK Ton. And in the meantime, he's going to be able to get the revive onto Prestige.
We saw last game when they had 3 players and one of their players got knocked. It was SK Ton that kind of saved the fight by being proactive, taking a little bit of a risk, but landing shots so mechanically clean. And that right there, to be able to have the confidence to peek up and down, switch angles back and forth on a map like Sanhok and control it so dominantly, that's a telltale sign of a very experienced star player.
Oh my god, but NASR aren't done yet. They've survived as a duo. Falcon Esports had this circle for quite a while, but that shift going down the southwest meant they had to move away from the comfort of the building. Maybe they just left it a little bit too late. Maybe they weren't proactive enough. Now they're being picked off. One's healing in the blue, I believe, last, followed by Yusuf and Damar trying to fight for an inside edge of circle position. Rico are third partying though. KAMIKAZE go down, 5 teams left.
We have Prestige here on top of the rock, controlling that southwestern zone, and the circle does go a bit towards that northwestern side, but it is mostly controlled by Rico. As the eastern side, there's 3 teams still have yet to make their way in, and they most likely clash with each other. 963 Egypt, though, this player is aware of Rico's position. He's got 1 first aid. After that, he's got to make a run for it. But timing-wise, Prestige might just run in the open by the time that first aid finishes. Falcon, another player, goes down. NASR, down to just the 1.
There you go. That's the end of 963. NASR feels the brunt of blue plus Falcon, camping him on the side. There's Roof of Nigma Galaxy going for a heel strap, by the way. Back to normality. It's good to see it. I missed it, my old friend. However, this is a back-to-back chicken dinner potential for the members of Rico Infinity. 2v2. SK Tone throws a nade out. It connects. Takes him down to half health. Yusuf goes down. Damar left to his own devices. He hasn't been spotted. SK Tone, a hell of a lot of damage, but it's going to be played on through. Back to back. Plays it through. Swings around the side of the rock on the right hand side. Rico close it out.
The back-to-back chicken for Rico. There may not be $1,000 on the line, but they're sure playing like hell that there is $1,000 with each chicken. They're looking ready to go back into that super weekend and making some more moolah for themselves. The back-to-back chicken. And of course, this time around, we got to highlight a little bit more of SK Ton. This player right here, this is the one we want to keep an eye out for on the Rico Infinity team. But not just that, we saw Prestige coming into the mix of things as well as for Rico Infinity, and he had 5 eliminations before the final fights broke out. So off camera, he was putting in work as well.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Due diligence played out as Rico Infinity capture a back-to-back 26 points in total. I know Team Falcons got second place and it was 6 eliminations, but I do think the timing of their movement out of compound was a little bit reactive rather than proactive. And NASR Esports, they close out the top 3.
Yeah, they had that northern shift for themselves and they had the high ground. If it was another team with a bit more spacing and control, it should have been the Team Falcons to honestly close out that match. But Rico Infinity, I just want to mention, SK Ton, while we were watching him do his work, there were quite a few knocks that went over to the play zone. He did like 99 of the damage, and then the last tick the play zone caught. And so I think they missed out on like maybe 2 to 3 eliminations. I actively counted 2 where SK Ton was shooting a player, and then play zone actually got the final knock. So either way, though, 26-point finish, really good. And Nigma Galaxy, well, they needed some points. They weren't doing too hot after their first couple matches. And what better way to do it than on Sanhok via the means of a med strat?
Yeah, you do what you need to do. It was also a pretty positive result for YaLLa because they were coming into this day with only a total of 12 points. It wasn't anything monstrous, but I still think it's a positive direction for them into the second half of the standings. Yeah, things start to look very scary for Twisted Minds. 0 points, it means that they're going to be in just 2 points in, I believe, 3 games. That's not the best.
Definitely not. Twisted Minds, we've seen them have starts, but never as slow as this. And you mentioned Rolkis out of Twisted Minds is the new IGL. The question begs, has he ever been put in a position like this as the IGL, and is he able to rally his team back together and recover? I still have high hopes. I'm still honestly not too worried, given they had such a good Super Weekend.
Okay.
And I'd even
Fair.
venture to say, even if they miss Super Weekend, they're so good to qualify into the finals.
True, but he did IGL Unicorns Love in the PMGC. He was kind of put into that role, per se, and he knows, and he's talked about openly about his kind of own faults and his own growth as a player and as an IGL. So I understand where you're coming from, but I also can't help but feel that missing out on a second Super Weekend does a lot to your mentality and the pressure that creates and the possible kind of negativity around that can build up, right? And I wonder how well equipped and aware Rolkis is to kind of deal with that as the IGL of the team. Again, I'll look to reach out to him. I'll look to find out more and get some more context around it. But yeah, from a point standpoint alone, they are generally safe for the league finals, barring they absolutely snuff League Week 3 as well.
Let's hope that does not happen. But, you know, there is a few other teams on the chopping block, but just taking a little bit of a focus on the Twisted Minds, because we never really expected them to be here in this situation. But that game of Sanhok, we talk about spacing and control. Rico Infinity, they held that southern side for so long, and you saw they had to sacrifice some players, so to say. Some of the players got shot in the back, and you can almost look at that as a mistake. No, you don't agree that was a...
I do. I know, because I sorry to cut you off, but I think they did what I was afraid they would do, which allowed a team to breach into Paradise Resort to Southside, and they paid the price. I do think that was genuinely a mistake. I understand where it come from, but I think that was a genuine mistake.
Okay, no. I could get along with that, right? If they had an even bigger pressure zone earlier on, maybe they could have kept all four into the late game. But as far as the late game goes, they did have to readjust and put two players in that blue zone to really stall things out. So I think that was done correctly. Then everyone running into the zone and getting shot in the back. And back to the Opal moments, though. This was definitely an Opal moment. The mind weapon iKURD. Ali. What a valiant last stand. That was a 1v3 for a solid minute and a half. And he was getting damage in. I think he got at least 2 knocks during that 1v3 in its entirety of the time.
Definitely. And then the fight between Revolution and 1Million came out and just wasn't meant to be for Revolution, or should I say for 1Million as they go out. And this is where, this is the part of the game where it was so tough for the teams down south when it had that massive shift on towards the northeast. Stalwart UAE, kind of rad. Even Dunak sent a little bit of NASR, Triple D, and YaLLa. It was so tough for them.
Yeah, coming into this late game. Oh, we're going to see some SK Ton highlights. There's one. And there's the second one. He had so many more, though. Just cleaning out the south side of that circle. And Falcons from that high ground, if they were a bit more proactive, they should have been the ones to close this game out. But of course, Rico Infinity, just every single player so deadly on the team.
Yeah, it was overall a good finish and a good game for Rico, despite what they say about their criticisms. K12 though, they were coming into this game with only 9 points in 10 points in 3 games. That was their last game, and I think they finished in 13th with 1 point. I'm really worried about KURD 12. I'm seriously worried about them. they're going to need to step up tomorrow because, again, they're playing the first 4 games, their final game. It's going to be out of their control.
I definitely agree with that. And we mentioned the teams that had 0 points because they missed the first Super Week, and some of them are looking good. So you don't want a team to pass you up because you're missing out on a Super Weekend. And you guys don't want to miss out on the last match coming up, but we're going to take it for a quick break before we get into the final match.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2022 Spring Split with myself, Imperium, and the wonderful Zute. Before we get into the final game, do not forget to follow PUBG Mobile, me and PUBG Mobile Esports and all the socials. Join the conversation by the hashtag PMPL. So that's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Get active. Get socializing, get involved. Zute, one more game to go, my friend.
Yeah, we're down to the last match, and I think today has been a pretty great day. We've seen the top consistent teams, namely Rico Infinity, carry that momentum over. Just more so excited to see how much money they're going to win by the time the Super Weekends are over. I'm calling it already. They're looking miles ahead of all these other teams. And then it's also great to see some of these teams that missed that first Super Weekend come out way stronger than we we're expecting to see coming into the league week. And there's also the mix of things of teams that did well in the Super Weekend kind of struggling a little bit. So a lot of questions to be answered.
Yeah, and I know it's kind of like normal that it is like that, but it doesn't stop in my eyes being interesting that is the case, right? And playing into tomorrow as well a little bit, it's going to be 3 Sanhoks tomorrow. So that adds just the element of even more pressure, even more kind of out of your control-esque style to a lot of these teams' potential and what they're going to be able to do. So in this final game for the teams that are playing, that's going to be groups, oh my god, B, C, D, E, if I'm not mistaken. So Group A are not playing.
Yeah, B, C, D,
so that's YaLLa, Team Falcons, KURD12, and 1million. So for all of the other teams, use Erangel, use this final game of the day to control and get some good points.
Tomorrow is going to be definitely more of a wild card situation with 3 Sanhoks mixed in.
Definitely.
Wild card for everybody except for maybe Nigma Galaxy. I think they're quite comfortable when it comes to consistency. And if you just need top 16, honestly, if you're a team that's desperate to make top 16, maybe just try and do what Nigma Galaxy does, right? But that does mean you have to kind of alter your drop spot almost, because you do need a lot of loot to do the first A's the way Nigma Galaxy does. And that's specifically why they drop in that hard southwestern side of the map. Zone rarely ever goes there, but they don't care for the zone. They just want to get the first A's. But heading into this very last match of Erangel Imperium, I'm going to put you on the spot real quick, give you a heads up. What team in particular do you want to see stand out coming into this very last game?
It has to be KURD12. No, I take that back because they're not playing in this last game. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. So let me change my answer as we get into the game. DDD Esports. There you go. I'll just say DDD Esports because they're first team that. Yeah, DDD Esports.
I would have to go with, and I think you'd agree with me here, I would have to go with Twisted Minds. Just cause.
Oh damn!
They're
I
a good
should have
team.
said them, but yeah, you're right.
Right?
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I asked the question, so I had a good answer planned out. And like I said, I kind of put you on the spot. It's okay though, but the team that is definitely going to get put on the spot is Twisted Minds. I feel like if they have a bad last game of today, their mental might just be challenged enough that coming into tomorrow, it's going to shake their confidence, which is going to impact the way they play. Because this is typically a very confident fighting team. That's their play style. And when you have 4 bad matches in a day, that identity could be shaken up a little bit. Whereas if you're a team that's more passive to begin with, like your play style wise, like maybe you're more positional based, more rotational based, and you have 4 bad games, it's not really going to change too much how you play, right? But when it comes to being a confident team like Twisted Minds and having 4 bad games in a row, that could really make them play a lot worse coming into the second day.
So it seems like there's some difference in drop spots from a couple of players and teams overall. Stalwart UAE, it seems like he's grabbed the vehicle and is looking to collect up the rest of his Stalwart UAE players and possibly go to their normal drop spot in Milk that Twisted Minds have dropped down on the coastline of the mainland and rather dropping in Primorsk. But the phase 1 is popping up and is going to be on the southwest side of the map.
Very similar playing path to the previous Erangel, but definitely a different circle as we're on the opposite end of the map. It's so interesting to see this playing path too, because every time players start jumping out, we see such an intermingled mix of colors that eventually spread out into a very interesting split. Like, take a look at the mine weapon, and then you have a member of KAMIKAZE up in the ruins area, and the rest of them split down.
That's
to
so weird.
Gakka. Weird. Yeah, weird is a very apt word to describe what we're seeing. But no players going down, no hot drops, no early game altercations, at least for the first couple of minutes. So it looks like we'll have a nice quiet game for starters.
If you remember the last Erangel game, one of the RTG members got a little bit caught out by the mine weapon closer to Watertown. And with Falcons, who normally drop in YaLLa, not playing in this final game of the day, RTG have sent 3 of their players to YaLLa to loot it up. The last player is inside Rozhok, but I like that adaptability from RTG. It's not really outside of the norm of their path line, of their drop area. It's just adjusting it a little bit.
Yeah, so it's like we loot Rozhok and we loot Yaz. So now that the Yaz team's not here, we're still gonna loot Rozhok and Yaz, but we'll ship more members to YaLLa. So it is an adjustment, but it doesn't really change up their game plan. And I don't know. I find it funny that I'm saying a team loots Rozhok and Yaz, as that's like quite a distance apart from each other. But hey, you do you, right? Like if they haven't been punished for it yet, then go for it. As headquarters,
exactly,
looting the Jarkey area. So I mean, this headquarters team, do they really have? Let me. Yeah, so they really have 0 points. They literally have 0 points in 3 games. Oh man, that is rough to say the least.
Look, it's rough. I'll always say it's not over till Fat Lady sings, and I, Zute, am not going to start singing yet. So, headquarters, do it, guys. Do it. I think it was fair that they dropped in Zarki. It was outside of the realms. It was complementary to the playing path. It's going to be a little bit tricky how they play into the early parts of the circle, I think, because Everest is kind of like right in the way of that northern entry point, and they have done their due diligence. They'll know Triple D kind of well, they might not know Triple D or North George, but they'll know that Dunak are in South George, and they'll know that kind of KAMIKAZE are on the other side of Everest, so they do need to be aware.
We do see the KAMIKAZE team on my mini map here. They are grouped back up, taking a very central location. But this circle, by the way, we haven't really touched. This circle has so many different zones of power positions, where you could take one power position early on in circle 1, even circle 2 leading into 3. And if it shifts a certain way, you lose all sight lines of your potential next position you want to control. And you just kind of have to make a scouting rotation where you kind of fight your way in, unless you're a team that utilizes very heavy splits. So I do like this zone in particular. We're going to have teams rotating a little bit slower. They're going to feel things out and see where it shifts before we see too much movement on the map.
KONQUEROR, they drop and loot up Split Ferry Pier and the eastern side of the Western Bridge. Ferry Pier Hill is such a good access spot for them. They don't need to commit the full squad there, but having 1 to 2 players as an anchor point, then kind of create a spread around that, will be so valuable for getting information and, of course, just pushing a couple of players / teams away.
Yeah, and speaking about playing split, KAMIKAZE did end up splitting up a little bit. I don't know whether it's for loot or to control more territory, but it looks like one of the players did get kind of close to the Dunak player. But you see on your screen, he is driving on back, hitting a little bit of a speed bump. No problem right there. The buggy is insured by the PUBG mobile gods. So, doesn't have to pay for damages. Yeah, of course. You know, it's like the insurance, you know, it's there unless you get your wheel shot out. I don't think they cover those. Well, if your wheel shot out, your wheel is shot out, unfortunately.
Do you have a driver's license yourself, Sute?
Oh yeah, I do, of course. How do you think I managed to rotate? Yes. I do have a car. I do have a driver's license. I have a KONQUEROR. You know, it was the new hot thing.
Oh,
and I got one
okay. Yeah. Nice one. I'll give you that.
Oh, we see some of the CONQUEROR Iraq players dancing right there as we just switch camera, doing some nice signaling. Maybe their comms aren't working, so they're emoting to each other, right? Like whatever means necessary to get the team synergy, to get the team comms on point. Calaga on the beach side. So they are setting up for a little bit of bridge camp. I don't know if their plan is to hold that bridge camp in subsequent circles, or if they're just bridge camping in the hopes that maybe the team out of military base will rotate a little bit earlier and they can maybe pick up some eliminations before the rest of the zones play out.
I would have preferred to seen 2 or 3 of their players go to where to the compound that's a little bit to the east of that bridge where Kato of Twisted Minds were. I think that would have been a stronger setup. It still would have been a bit of a bridge camp, but I think it would have created a bit more of a controlling spread. But it is what it is as we are getting ready for phase 2. Headquarters definitely being careful on their rotation. Triple D right in front of them, but that's a massive southern shift on phase 2.
Ooh, they're gonna have to readjust bridge camp or control ferry pier or the bunkers. Speaking about bunkers, I think Nigma Galaxy is gonna head right on there. We saw this circle, I think, in the league week of day 1, where Nigma Galaxy ended up, I think they won the match. No, they didn't win the match, but they got very high placement. So they might be going for that same exact compound in the circle. It was the square compound circle to the west of Ferry Pier. And I'm going to describe it quite well, because if the camera pops them up and they're at that compound, I'm going to be like, yes, this is exactly what I did. And okay, I'm looking at the mini-map. They are there.
Cool. The question is for Revolution. How do they broach their position inside Military Island? How do they exit out of there? Do they stay there even and look for maybe a couple of elimination points onto the likes of CONQUEROR Iraq, Twisted Minds, possibly even a team that's on the very, very south of Ferry Pier? Or do they shift onto the eastern bridge and hopefully make it into the circle that way?
You know, so day 1 of match 1, when I was casting with Highland, we had the circle. And you know what Revolution did? They actually swam across to the ferry pier and they managed to breach onto the beach. And they actually had a really good game. And due to the fact they had a good game, we might see them just try to replicate that. But of course, that does determine the circle to shift in a very similar way from here on outwards. But as far as that day went, it's looking like it's gonna line. The first 2 circles has lined up exactly that way. And let's switch the topic though, because CONQUEROR getting into somewhat of a tricky position against the team of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, one of the teams we want to see do a little bit better coming into the last match for the day.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I really think CONQUEROR gave way too much space over to Twisted Minds right to begin with, and we're seeing it even more compounded. I gotta give props as well to Twisted Minds, because I think they've been very proactive and they have been like aggressive in such a nice way of pushing CONQUEROR back, so props to them.
Yeah, CONQUEROR, definitely a team that's very comfortable playing split. You can see each individual player knowing how to call for the support and also getting himself out of sticky situations. A lot of high-level individual skill and team synergy coming into play to make this split and adjustment work out correctly. And Twisted Minds is not a team that's a pushover team when it comes to fighting. They know how to take the angles. They know how to hit their shots. So very good disengage by CONQUEROR. And just to mention, you know, if you don't play the split, you'll never know if you can hold it or not. So if it wasn't Twisted Minds pushing on them, maybe CONQUEROR could have held that split more comfortably without a team as aggressive as Twisted encroaching in on them. So next circle shift will come out here. Let's see where it goes. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a big northeast shift, but I like the fact that it's away from Military Island. It's that extra bit of security for the teams, but it does mean that there's a lot of field play inside this phase 3.
A lot of field play with 963 holding the center hill spot. Or is that 963? Yes, I do believe that is 963.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Triple D coming on the western side, getting into a fight with Dunak as one of the Triple D members gets confirmed. So they've had some pretty good games. If they have a bad one here, they're not in too bad of a shape coming into tomorrow. But of course, you want that momentum coming into the new day and finishing off each day strong.
Yeah, same with Triple D as well. They're currently 8th in the ranking with 27 points. Having another kind of like 7 to 10 pointer game would pretty much absolutely set them up for tomorrow's 4 games, and of course spot in the second super weekend. Nice and disengagement from Dunak Esports, but they need to be careful. They're going relatively blind inside this phase number 3 as the blue zone starts to close in. Nigma Galaxy pushing forward onto the western edge of Ferry Pier. Rad are looking to hold down their area, but a very quick breach by Nigma Galaxy. One knock comes through. Freak is confirmed just like that at the drop of a hat. Nigma down to 3.
Nigma Galaxy putting all their eggs in one basket, and by that I mean all slamming into one compound, and Rad is able to readjust and read that perfectly as 2 of the players of Nigma Galaxy get confirmed on out now. This Nigma Galaxy looking a little bit dicey. Nice little cheeky position there, but he will also get traded. Nigma Galaxy down to 1, and Rod will be able to get the full reset as, Dunak though coming in with the third party from distance.
Overall, I think that was very good by Rad. I think it was a clean team-wide engagement to defend that area. Maybe Nigma's breach was a bit too linear. I don't know. You might be able to correct me on that, but good stuff overall from Rad as the next circle is closing up, or this circle is closing up to head into the next RTG. They're looking for something on the west.
RTG coming on the backside of Dunak, raining in some shots, but no knocks there, which is not good, as the blue zone is going to pressure them to move on more forwards before they would like to. They need that opening and make things a lot easier. But they do have one player pushing on in. No, that they're actually just going for a rotation right on ahead. I don't...
What?
No follow.
I know. Wait. Okay, luckily Vito's there to trade, but that's still quite silly and quite uncoordinated from RTG. Can they get the revive off? Eastwire's further back. I don't know what's going on. It's all going horribly wrong for Dunak as RTG are able to at least survive as the next circle pops up and shifts over to the west. This is absolutely crazy.
That was a prime example of sheer willpower, because they just set one player after another until eventually it worked, but definitely not a strategy you want to repeat over time, because more oftentimes than not, the other team will counter as Twisted Minds getting into a fight with KURDSQUAD. We saw these two teams next to each other for a while, so it's no big surprise they both ended up trying to prioritize the same warehouse. Twisted Minds, we said they need a big game, and they're looking like they're about to get one. Keeping 4 players up with 3 eliminations, also in a very prime position on the map.
963, I believe, holding on to the hillside. I gotta give them props for that, because I think it's quite difficult on this kind of circle. They're leaving the compound to be overtaken by, I think, Rico and Finny as KAMIKAZE. There you go. Finishes off the final player of Dunak Esports. Couldn't ask for an easier kill, to be perfectly honest, as KAMIKAZE hold on to that western Ferry Pier hillside, breaching into the edge of the circle.
Revolution on the south side. So they did stay on the military base the whole time, and they just waited for the teams to rotate around as the circles adjusted. So Revolution will get a free pass onto the main island, but they are getting shot in the back. Another team coming from the south. It is Rad, and they got the opening, and it looks like from the mini-map, they're going to breach on in. They're going to drive straight into the... Hello, Revolution, knocking on your doorstep, and they answer back with a clean knock. Rod, a little bit unsynchronized as far as which side they were going to push together on.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's doors as Twisted Minds are also possibly going to look for a third party. It's a Revolution sandwich right now, as the nades are flying over the side of the wall, followed by the mollies. Twisted Minds, they smell an opportunity to strike, and they're looking for it. Now, Rad, they're going to be protected by the wall, so they should be able to hold on for dear life. But Revolution, they're down to just one. Dammy, holding on to the left-hand side of the crates, being very careful not to overextend, but I really appreciate this opportunistic playstyle from Twisted Minds.
I was talking about how Twisted Minds play confident. Here is that confidence shown in spades right now. Pretty much wiping out 2 teams before the circle shifts, so they don't have to worry about playing defense of when this team does push them on in the next sequential circle. Twisted Minds putting on an absolute show. I question their confidence. Well, it's quite obvious they still have it in spades.
The next circle shows, and it's going to center the flat terrain of the northern side of Phase 5. You have this slight hilly area of the south, but there's still 10 teams 35 as the action comes apart between 4K and Stalwart UAE. A long way to travel to make it into this next circle. Whoever survives. Stalwart UAE, they have 2 players, Knock Mexico and Bam Kid. Nade goes against Easy. It's going to put him down to about 65 health. 4K. They're going for the revive on their 4th player to keep themselves up as a full squad. Easy, disengaging, maybe prioritizing a bit of an anchor point into the circle, or maybe it's just a desperation move and he's hoping that he can hold on, but he's on his own inside that vehicle. NASR has free shot. He gets knocked down by Hassan.
NASR has set up a triangular death trap here. Each player claiming a shack, a piece of hard cover, just completely funneling that Stalwart Esports player. And I do not agree with that. I feel like they should have committed to the fight. Maybe if you're going to go for that... Yeah, maybe if you're going to go for that play a little bit later on, there's still so much time left in this fight, and your team has the advantage as far as positioning-wise to be able to rotate a little bit slower, but the grenades still rain on through. 4K definitely trying to work and fight their way in. Mexico almost getting the finish on that player, but Stalwart Esports, now is the time to move after they've confirmed that team.
That was kind of disgusting for 4K. Stalwart UA, they're just going to be like 1 player, and you're dead right about the timing of that push from dude earlier on. And yeah, let's see how long they can survive the triangle of death. The Bermuda triangle of death is going to engulf another victim in the sights as NASR, they're up as a full squad. They have 3 eliminations, and they are the kings of the east as Twisted Minds playing down on the southwestern edge, looking for more. They find more. Elimination number 9.
If NASR is a triangular of death. Twisted Minds is the spearhead of death. This team working so well synergized, pushing together as a team, a spear point, just eliminating not just the teams we saw previous, but taking down a lot of the Rico Infinity players as well, up to 9 eliminations and still keeping 4 alive. This was the Twisted Minds we were waiting for all day today, and it's great to see them come out in the last matches. NASR with the K98 knock from distance, a beautiful headshot nonetheless.
The next circle goes a little bit down south, but otherwise centralizes up. 963 are still in the game. They'd been thrown out. Actually, no, smoke being thrown up by SK Ton as he tries to get the revive onto his teammate to keep them up as a 2-person team. Vigor does get confirmed, I think, between the play zone or otherwise, so Twisted Minds are just left as a 3-person team. NASR are just causing so much trouble for all the teams around them.
Yeah, with how split NASR is playing, that's 4 different lines of sight that each of these players are utilizing to quite high levels. But I'm looking at the Mind Weapon. They have 4 up.
Yeah.
And in a way, they could sneak on in, and they get that grenade onto Ragnarok, so that's one piece of the triangle of death, or should I say square of death now, as they've readjusted their positioning. That gets taken down, but the support lines is there as the Mind Weapon. One of them gets traded out at that close shack.
Luckily, they have the vehicles to send it in on the northern edge of the circle. They're going to be grouped up a little bit closer together, and it makes sense. Hamco, he played in. He was like, no, I'm not letting my teammate go down. And he was able to get the trade. Ragnarok now going to get revived up. Twisted Minds able to hold on, but they've yet to breach into the edge of the circle. 963 is their direct opponent in front of them. But there's very possibly a 3rd or 4th party from both NASR and the Mind Weapon iKURD.
963, meanwhile, not being able to do much at all with Twisted Minds on that southern side.
Yeah.
You see that shack opening, a complete open gap of exposure, so they're forced to sit inside that shack and just wait for these teams to fight it out. The Mind Weapon still with 4, as NASR taking some nasty shots, hopping up on the back of the buggy. I think that was a huge misclick. Dami taking some shots long range. They're out of smokes. If they had more smoke grenades, Twisted Minds would definitely drop some down, as Rolkis gets confirmed.
Hopefully, Twisted Minds can stay alive. The Mind Weapon iKURD. Innate being thrown out. Oh no, you hate to see it. Osama gets knocked. Nabo is able to at least get into the vehicle and move in. It's Rod. It's a beautifully cooked nade. That's going to put 2 of the players in NASR down to half health. And that's going to be the return fire. The Mind Weapon iKURD. They blow apart NASR's stranglehold. They rip them a new one. And we're into our final 3. 963. All this while being cautious, being safety, and they take down Twisted Minds.
The Shack of Dreams, it's a 2v4 situation. Of course, the Mind Weapon have the man advantage, and I do say they have the positional advantage. I love the adjustment on 963 though. Immediately one player leaves the shack. If he gets spaced out a little bit more, get that knock, there's a chance 963 could win this, because the Mind Weapon, they still have to push on it.
Every bullet that connects for 963 is a millisecond of suppression, a millisecond of time that they're able to use. I love the smoke being thrown out, but unfortunately, Zuxi, you overstep on the side of the shack and you've left your teammate solo. 1v4. The Mind Weapon iKURD, they didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend, but they certainly booked their ticket to the second with this chicken dinner.
Beautifully done. And notice how they came in from the edge of the circle with no real hard cover. They just played together as a team and played their side of the zone. All the other teams playing in from the south, because there's those, high ground positions. There's those cover on the east side, the shacks. But the Mind Weapon, they did not need that to close out the game. They realized if they could control the northern field, and we've seen this happen in a lot of competitive games, that northern field Might not have hard cover, but if you're the team that can dominate that northern side, you can have the entirety of that side to work for yourself.
Just well executed by Mind Weapon iKURD. 13 elimination points, 28 in total. Like they had 27 up until this point, I believe. Sorry, 25. So they scored more in one game than they did in the 3 previous before that, and it wasn't a bad day. But I tell you what, it's a breath of relief for Twisted Mind. 21 much needed points.
Yeah, 21 plus just the 2 or 3 points, I believe, that they had in the previous matches. So that puts them in a very comfortable position to make that top 16. And not just that, that was a very Twisted Mind-esque game. We saw the third parties, we saw the aggression, we saw the spirit, the teamwork. So I think they're good coming into day number 2.
It was a good game for NASR Esports, and they deserved big time the 14 points they got, but I also think they didn't focus enough on shutting down the Mind Weapon iKURD, and then when they looked at Twisted Minds from a distance, they got tunnel visioned and they paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, the split was great, but the readjustments weren't quite on point enough. And in that situation, I mean, it was a difficult situation to deal with when they were kind of sandwiched, in theory, by teams on the north and teams on the south. Taking a look at the second page of things, well, Nigma Galaxy with a 0-point finish. See, Nigma Galaxy, I feel like they have a problem when it comes to fighting their way into zone, and it's not too surprising given the fact that they're one of the least elimination focused teams when it comes to the PMGC level. So maybe that was on purpose, the way they crashed. Maybe they are trying to learn how to execute those things better.
Yeah, I think it is. I really genuinely think it is. I don't look at the Nigma games and get worried about them, because I really think they deserve to have the kind of Nova Esports attitude given them, right? And I really think it would be kind of wrong for us not to think, look, there's more to how they're playing than just making mistakes. They're testing things.
Right.
They're genuinely testing things.
Yeah, so that was the very last match of the day, Imperium. I think it was a great match, and I'm quite excited to see what happens in the second day and then leading into the Super Weekend as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing what the overall rankings are, so it gives us a little bit more to think about coming into tomorrow and what teams really need to do. And you can do it all on the sponsors of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. That's the Oppo Series 6. Upgrade performance and upgrade your fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno series. They designed smartphones for the PUBG Mobile Middle East and African 2022 esports. So thank you very much to Oppo for sponsoring this event and many more across the 2022 season. Okay, so without kind of looking, we'll get into the overall ranking. I want you to predict who the bottom 4 were, but you know, we'll get to it. As Rico and Finney top the table, unsurprisingly, of day 1.
Oh, topping the table of not just the Super Weekend, but the league as well, with 2 chickens, 65 points. Rod, also a really good finish in the Mind Weapon. Jeez, that is a 180 difference compared to where they finished in last week's league week. So definitely changing some things up over the weekend, maybe doing some VOD review. But I think more than likely, it's not so much a VOD review, but it's just bonding together as a team and just talking it out and just ironing things out, because VOD reviews are great for studying other teams, but when it's your team having the issue, you need some, that good old powwow time, that team synergy bonding time. And the Mind Weapon, it worked out for them because they are coming in today strong.
Yeah, they were, and it's great to see that result come through and that bounce back performance from the Mind Weapon iKURD. It's so good to see. A good day from NASR, a good day from 963 and KAMIKAZE. It's just solid stuff. Again, the top 8, I think, are generally quite safe. Other than, I kind of want to say Falcons. I haven't been massively convinced by Falcons. I don't know if you'd agree, but I think there's, they're not bad, but they're on the cusp of, you wouldn't be surprised if they didn't make it into the second Super Weekend. I don't mean that in a bad way, but that's just my perspective at the moment.
I feel like the Falcons had super inconsistent games. We saw like one game where they were doing well, and then the other ones, like they didn't do bad, but it's like maybe 4 points, 5 points, just here and there, just kind of hovering around. But I mean, they are 8th overall, so they're technically doing better than 9th through 20th, right? As we go into the second page, taking a look at 9th through 16th. Now, Triple D, we saw one game where we were cheering them on, saying like, that's good. I think that was a game that Rico Infinity ended up winning after they just got grenaded to all hell, and then Rico Infinity just got in their cars and just ran the last player over. So that was probably their only good game, since they are 9th with 29 points. But that's not too bad, considering the fact that the 16th place cutoff right now is 18 points.
Huh? Okay, sorry. Literally,
Yeah,
I thought you meant
the top
in terms
16.
of from the first. Yeah, no, I thought you meant from the first league week, and when you said 18, it literally threw me off. I was like, what? But yeah, you're dead right. Yeah, it really isn't bad from Triple D, and they only need 15 points. I would argue 15 points in their next 4 games, and that's more than accessible. So good direction Triple D Esports are in. And you mentioned the word 18, Evolution YaLLa, they're just about holding on.
Yeah, YaLLa. I was kind of expecting them to do better this league week, because this is a team with a lot of potential, right? And that Super Weekend, they didn't do bad, but I feel like they themselves know they could do better. And I wanted to see it kind of reflect in the league week, where there's less pressure.
Yeah.
But having only an 18-point finish after 4 matches, it's not looking too good. Now, I'm not doubting they won't make the Super Weekend. I still believe that they will, but it's just not the performance that I wanted to see. As we look at the teams not in the top 16, well, these 4 teams, they're definitely on the chopping block.
4K Esports headquarters, they did not qualify for the first Super Weekend. KURD 12 and Dunak did. However, they only got a total of 71 and 80 points respectively across those 15 games. So
yeah,
I'm kind of not surprised to see these teams in the bottom 4, and I'm very worried for KURD 12 and Dunak, because they really, really, really need this second Super Weekend.
Dunak and KURD 12 are the 15th place and 16th place team out of last week's Super Weekend. So that kind of puts into perspective that their performance, I don't want to say, as bad as it is, it's looking like it's a kind of a team thing. So they have things to work out. It's not like the side of, let's say, Twisted Minds, where it's a little bit of an inconsistency bump and they could figure it out and they could come back strong. KURD 12 and Dunak, they really need to just grind it out a little bit harder to at least make it into the second Super Weekend, because if they don't make it into the second Super Weekend, there's a good chance they might miss the third too. And even if they make the third, the performance is not there for them to have, a stellar day to get the points to secure themselves in the top 16. So yes, even though they made a Super Weekend last week, I echo your concerns just as much as for the teams that didn't make it the last Super Weekend too.
Well, tomorrow is going to be squeaky bum time for a good few of these teams. They still all have 4 more games to decide where they finish. Do they make it? Do they not make it? Well, you'll have to join us to find out tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you all for tuning in. Have a good evening.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our directors of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen a cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. Learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG mobile security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.